Members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, all following this meeting via social media, members of the media, persons here in the tribune at Parliament, I bid you all a warm welcome for this public meeting. This is public meeting number 22 for today, August the 20th. At this time, it's my pleasure to welcome the Council of Ministers. With us this afternoon, we have the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina, Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication, Mrs. Grisha Heiliger-Martin, the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gums, Minister of Justice, Ms. Natalie Taklin, Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Melissa Gums, Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labour, Mr. Claret Connor, and the Minister of Public Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure, Mr. Patrice Gums, Jr. Also with the ministers here this afternoon are several members of their staff, and you too, I welcome. We have established a quorum of 9 members. Let me just make sure, because we had some members just entering, so we might have a higher number. We actually have 12 members here present, members of Parliament, that is. At this time, I invite everyone to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notice of absence from the members Lewis and Peterson. At this time, I look if there is the need for notifications from the floor of Parliament, and I do see that we have several members of Parliament wishing to make use of the possibility for notifications. And I start with giving the floor to MP Roosburg. MP Roosburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed afternoon to the Council of Ministers, to my honorable colleagues present here today, and also the support staff of Parliament, to the public tribune that is fuller than normal, and to everyone tuned in online or via which other medium, media outlet. I would like to make use of the opportunity to once again wish all the children of Sint Maarten a happy, productive new school year, that it will bring growth, opportunities, and that they remain focused. Also seeing that this is the first public budget debate for 2026, I hope that the deliberations will be fruitful, focused, and straight to the point, focused on solutions from both sides. And yeah, whether if we want to admit or not, the island is suffering and the people are feeling it, so that we will make use of this time here today and the coming days to make sure that we handle the people's business and the people's business only. Thank you, Chair Lady. And last but not least, I also want to encourage the public, seeing that it also concerns them, the budget, that if there are any questions, to contact myself or other MPs, so that we can also bring those questions forward after they have been screened to the floor of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roosburg. The next MP for notifications is MP Dimar Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to yourself, the Kafir, my fellow colleagues, the Honorable Prime Minister in the Council of Ministers, everybody in the tribune and at home watching. Madam Chair, I'd like to give a special shout out and thank you to all the civil servants, as well as everyone in the ministers' cabinets that have provided the answers to this budget. Over 2,500 questions, a budget of 1,339 pages. It was no small task, so I appreciate all the answers that were given, that was provided by the civil servants and the minister's cabinet. Shifting gears, I'd also like to congratulate and let the students know that entering a new school year, to stay focused, listen to the teachers, listen to your parents, and also for the parents, take a extra effort in your student. Or extra take extra care in minding your children. It is not the school's job to raise your child, so that is a communal job, and that is much needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Labega. I now give the floor for notifications to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair Lady. Blessed afternoon to the griffier, honorable ministers, those in the tribune, my fellow colleagues. Madam Chair Lady, I would like to actually officially welcome the new Minister of VSR to the House of Parliament, the Honorable Claret Connor. This is his first time here. What a day to reach for the first time. Much success with your endeavors over on that side. If it's one thing I know, you will do your utmost to serve the people of Sint Maarten, our country. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I don't see any other members. Yes, a member just indicated his desire to speak during notifications, and I give the floor to MP Iran. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to our SG. Good afternoon, my colleagues, to the honorable ministers and the support staff, and the viewing public. Madam Chair, I would also like to congratulate and all the students, especially the high school students. I believe today is the official day where all high school students are starting school. And I would like to wish them much luck this upcoming school year. On a more somber note, Madam Chair, I understood from some staff from the CBA that they understood that the government is planning to end their subsidy for this year or something along those lines, and they have not gotten any sort of official communications. So I'm hoping that during this budget debate that the government, through the Minister of Education, will be addressing anything regarding the CBA. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Iran. Members of Parliament, we now go over to the incoming documents for this meeting. So the agenda points for this public meeting are the following. We have incoming documents, ratification agreements of the list of the Interparliamentary Kingdom Consultation, the IPKO. This is the IPKO that was held from June 5th through 8th, 2026 in The Hague, and it is IS document number 1157 and dated the 11th of June of this year. Secondly, that's the second agenda point. Thirdly, we have the National Ordinance stipulating the budget for Country Sint Maarten for the service year 2026, the National Ordinance Budget 2026. This draft National Ordinance is number 192 here in the registration of Parliament, and it is IS 1159 in terms of incoming documents dated June 11th. Members, we go over to agenda point number 1. You have received the list of the incoming documents as well as proposals for further handling. These are the documents listed under IS 905 through IS 1176 for this parliamentary year. Are there any comments on proposals on the list as presented? I look at our speakers list for this agenda point, and there are no speakers. So we can then go over and approve the list and the proposals for handling. These proposals are hereby accepted. We go over to agenda point number 2. As I mentioned, this is the ratification of the agreements list of the IPKO meeting held from June 5th through 8th in the Netherlands, IS document 1157. As is customary, this was an interparliamentary discussion between the parliaments of the Dutch Kingdom. It was held in the Netherlands, and during this 3-day event, all members of Parliament, or those who were part of the different delegations, participated in presentations and held discussions on several topics. At the end, as is also customary of the deliberations, an agreement list was drafted and signed by the delegation leaders. We received this agreement list of the IPKO consultations on June 11th, and thus, as I mentioned earlier as well, this is document number IS 1157. Does any member have any queries or comments on the proposal of the list, on the proposed agreement list of the IPKO? Again, I look and I see we don't have anyone to speak on this topic, and that would then mean that we could go over to this document or the approval of this document, and I ask if there is any decision or requirement to desire rather to have a roll call on this voting for the approval of this agreement list. I don't see any member requesting such, and that would mean that this is thereby accepted. And we can go over now to agenda point number 3. I want to, before going over to that, thank the members of the Council of Ministers for being here from the start of this meeting and allowing us to go through the 2 points before we got to the point that you're actually here for, which is the next agenda point. And that is the national ordinance stipulating the budget for our country, the country Sint Maarten, and it is for the year 2026. So we received this draft national ordinance from the government for the budget 2026 on June 11th. Members, of course, have a copy of this draft national ordinance, hard copy as well as digital copies via email. We had a central committee meeting on this draft national ordinance, on the draft budget, and that was Central Committee meeting number 23, which was held on June 26th, 29th, and July 6th. During those days, the subject matter was discussed, members of Parliament posed their questions, and the final report on the draft budget 2026 was ratified and sent to the government for answers. The final report containing the deliberations in the Central Committee as well as the submitted questions and comments were also sent to the members of Parliament. The government answered this report with what is called a note following the final report. This document is listed on the IS 1348 and it is dated August the 14th. Before I give the floor to the Council of Ministers, I want to explain how we will proceed with this public meeting. Today, Thursday, the Minister of Finance will give some opening remarks, followed by a presentation regarding the draft budget 2026. This will then be followed by a presentation by every minister. When the ministers have finished their presentation, I will give the floor to the members of Parliament to pose their questions on the budget. After this, all ministers will answer the questions posed by the members of Parliament regarding their respective ministries. I'll tell you about the timing of these discussions in a moment, but let me continue. So right now we have, as usual, again, the budget debate. We have the time set for members of Parliament at 90 minutes in the first round and 45 minutes in the second round. I also want to remind you, the members, that as this is a public meeting, we have, of course, the possibility for the introduction of the usage of interruptions. And I ask you to observe the guidelines with respect to the interruptions. And just to mention briefly, we have, the chair, can permit these interruptions, and they must be to seek clarification. You can also briefly challenge an assertion that is made, and if you have additional information to contribute, you can also briefly indicate this during interruptions. I also wish to inform you that there will be a supper break, although I believe today we will not be having a supper break. That's going to be starting. We will be having one. Okay, members, we will be having a supper break because we expect that we shall be here around 6 o'clock, at which time we will break for half an hour, and a light very light supper will be served. Normally speaking, we will go on when the debate starts and members of parliament are having their time to ask questions and make their comments. We will go on until no later than 9 o'clock at night, if that late. And naturally, if we have to finalize something, we'll add an additional few minutes. But so, however, today, following the presentations and the light supper, we will then adjourn this meeting until tomorrow, as we inform the members of parliament, for then the members to start with their rounds. But so at this time, I want to give the floor to the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gomes, to give some introductory remarks and presentations on the budget. However, before I do that, my apologies, Minister, so if you give me a moment, my apologies because I did not realize MP Myers had asked for the floor. And at this time, MP Myers, you have a proposal of order to make at this time. MP Myers, you have the floor for a proposal of order.
There you go. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and a good afternoon to the Honourable Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers, to my colleagues here in Parliament, to those of you in the Tribune, and those of you listening via social media. Madam Chair, my proposal is, considering that over 2,500 questions have been asked to the executive branch, and those questions have subsequently been answered, and we are already in the second half of 2026. My proposal is that the speaker's time be cut from 90 minutes to an hour to allow the 50 members of parliament, instead of giving the customary 90 minutes, 1 hour to question the members of the executive branch. That's my proposal of order, Madam Chair.
I see the members get the idea already. That's a proposal of order from the member Myers. And is there support for this proposal? Or we have? Okay, that's clear. MP Myers, your proposal has a lot of support. And so is there the need to put this proposal to a vote? MP Duran, you're serious? You have a proposal of order to make? Okay, so yeah, and we have, I see you two have requested the floor. MP Duran, your proposal of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, the Honourable Council of Ministers, support staff in the Tribune, my colleagues, and a special shout out to the people of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, my proposal is as follows. We've been robbed of the opportunity of a CC. We've been robbed of everything else. Now we want to rob us of 30 minutes. Madam Chair, my proposal is, through you as the chair, to please allow us to continue, which is customary that we have done for over 16 years, so that we can have a proper dialogue and maybe get some answers that we've been asking for the last 2 years. Thank you very much.
So MP Duran, first of all, we have a proposal for the voting on the matter as presented by MP Myers. And actually, you're against this proposal. Do I understand you? No, but there is one subject here that we're voting on. That is to reduce the speaker's time in the first round from 90 minutes to 60 minutes. That is what I understand your proposal to be, MP Myers.
Yes, again, considering the fact, and the word that was used by my good colleague, MP Duran, and robbing, I don't believe that they were robbed. I believe actually the civil servants were robbed with the 2,500 questions that were posed to them, that they had to work night and day in wanting to punish the government for trying to change the procedure. They were bombarded with these questions. My proposal is, and I negated to mention the second round, considering that we're going to have some kind of maturity at one point or another, considering the fact that 2,500 questions have already been asked. 1,300 pages have been submitted to the Parliament in answers from the executive branch. So are we going to really give each member, which is their right, but each member 90 minutes to speak in the first round and 45 minutes to speak in the second one? Why? For the grandstanding. So my proposal is, considering, and this is just a proposal that I said, considering the fact that all of these questions has already been submitted, they've already been answered by the executive branch. Why don't we just do the proposal? The proposal would be an hour in the first round and a half an hour in the second round. So you're taking off a half an hour in the first round and 15 minutes in the second round. If you cannot get your message across an hour, well then your message is superfluous. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. Members, we have a proposal of order on the floor and supported by members to reduce the usual time for budget debate from 90 minutes in the first round and 45 in the second round to 60 minutes in the first round and 30 in the second round. We are going to have to vote on this proposal, and of course, members are free to vote the way they would like. But if MP Irian would need to speak, it would have to be that he has another proposal of order, or he will speak to his vote on this particular matter. It's the same thing. So you're going to speak, or you got a proposal of order. You have another proposal of order, MP, to put forward? Okay, so let's stick to the procedure. We have a proposal. If you have to speak on that proposal, you'll have to do it briefly in motivating your vote, because we're going over to a vote on the proposal. And the proposal is, members, that for this particular meeting on the budget, the speaker's time, which is usually set at 90 and 45, first and second round respectively, will be 60 minutes and 30 minutes respectively, first and second round. So what you're going to be voting is for is or against would be the reduction in speaker's time for this budget meeting. And we're going to be now preparing for the voting on that, members of parliament. So give us, ladies and gentlemen, a minute or two, and we shall be ready to put the vote to reduce the time, the speaker's time for the members in this particular budget meeting to 60 and 30. And your vote will have to be either for or against the proposal to reduce the speaker's time. Are we ready? Ms. Weeks-Duzon? We shall continue. So let's pick a number to start the voting with. And this is number 11. Number 11 would have been the MP Peterson's name, who's not here, of course, and did not sign in. So I shall pick another one, and we have number 4. Number 4 on the attendance list for this meeting is?
MP Veronica Webster.
4.
MP Vivian Kotai.
4.
MP Dimar Labega.
4.
MP Francisco La Cruz.
Against?
MP Franklin Myers.
4.
4.
MP Shamira Roseberg.
4.
MP Ludmila De Weaver.
4.
MP Christopher Waver.
4.
MP Darrell York.
Against?
MP Egbert Duran.
Against.
MP Artwa Irian. MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
For. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, the proposal to reduce the Speaker's time for this budget meeting from 90 and 45 minutes, respectively, to 60 minutes and 30 in the second round has been accepted and approved by 8 members for and 4 against that proposal. The proposal to reduce the Speaker's time to 60 and 30, respectively, has been carried. We now continue with the meeting. And as I had started, I want to now give the floor to the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gums. Minister of Finance, you have the floor for your introductory remarks and your presentation on the national draft budget.
Chair Lady of Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, Griffier, my dedicated and supportive staff, members of the press, radio listeners, and social media viewers, persons in the public tribune, residents of Sint Maarten, all under the sound of my voice, good afternoon and blessed day to all. Madam Chair, I am here today to humbly present through you the 2026 annual budget of Sint Maarten to the Parliament of Sint Maarten for its consideration and approval. I do so knowing fully well that we are already in the third quarter this fiscal year, and therefore this presentation is long overdue. I apologize for the delay and all several factors that contributed to the lateness. I take full responsibility for it. However, Madam Chair, this does not mean that we should ignore the fundamental reasons for these delays. As I've said before, we cannot fix a broken system by burying heads in the sand like the proverbial ostrich and act as if it is merely a temporary hiccup. The delays we have experienced this year are symptoms of long-standing systemic inefficiencies that have developed many years and across successive administrations. Frankly, Madam Chair, I can tell you that the deadline we have to meet by law for the presentation of the national budget have historically been viewed more as suggestions than strict legal obligations. It is not a secret, and it is nothing new in our governance system. For years, several administrations have had to grapple with structural and historical challenges regarding our financial cycle. We have inherited a system where timelines and deadlines were routinely missed, where various entities with financial reporting chain have failed to take ownership, and crucially, ours is a system in which simply no consequences for a failure to comply. In short, our political culture has not been conducive to timely budget presentations. It has viewed the national budget as a mere financial document rather than a political shapes policy, signals priorities, and when transparent and disciplined, serves as a cornerstone of democratic accountability. However, Madam Chair, I am not here today to criticize, nor to defend a delay that should not be allowed to continue being the norm. Parliament, as the representative body of the people and the public we all serve, deserve a timely and reasonable finance cycle. That is why we did not just rush to patch over the cracks to deliver a put-together budget. Instead, we decided to do the hard work of structural reform. We chose to introduce steps that would ensure that the delays we faced this year would be the permanent change. I can report, Madam Chair, that we have already begun implementing rigorous internal measures to ensure that the 2027 budget cycle and every cycle thereafter is approached when necessary to meet our constitutional obligations. The Council of Advice is scheduled to finalize its advice on the 2027 budget by beginning of next week, positioning the budget to proceed to Parliament within the constitutionally prescribed deadline. For years, we have spoken about breaking the cycle of late budgets, but every cycle is broken somewhere, and every change has a starting point. Madam Chair, sometimes it only takes one. Madam Chair, despite the delay in this document before you represents a historic milestone for Sint Maarten, building on the foundation laid down by predecessor whose hard work I acknowledge. It can be said that for the very first in our nation's short history, the national budget has been designed and organized around a policy-based approach. The strategic priorities reflected in this budget are not developed in isolation. They are as much as possible aligned with the National Development Vision 2020-2030 and the Government Program 2025-2028, which states that a sustainable financial system is the linchpin for national development. Both the fiscal and revenue policies of Sint Maarten should therefore focus on building a sound financial system as a platform to facilitate growth in the economy. It will be recalled that traditionally, Sint Maarten was a line item exercise. We came to Parliament and showed you what spending money on: salaries, office supplies, rent, utilities, etc. This year, we are fundamentally changing that approach, no longer simply offering an overview of expenditures, explaining how and why resources are being allocated, what concrete results we expect to achieve for the people, and how every single Caribbean guild on the budget aligns strategic policy objectives. I would like to believe, Madam Chair, that this is a massive leap forward for better governance by shifting from short-term spending to long-term planning. This outlook also has greater accountability as it gives Parliament the exact benchmarks needed to measure whether the is actually delivering on its promises. Finally, policy-based budgeting allows for more transparent public finances, giving the public the opportunity to see a direct line between the taxes they pay and the societal improvements we achieve. In fact, Madam Chair, we are shifting the focus from to impact. This is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of a new way of budgeting, one that I believe will strengthen financial management, improve execution, and ultimately deliver better results for the people of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, before I move to the next part of my presentation, I want to emphasize that this government remains focused on efficiency, fairness, and the responsible management of our finances. That means strengthening revenue collection, modernizing our law, ensuring that everyone contributes their fair share. We will therefore continue advancing the legislative priorities initiated in 2020, including legislation relating to anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, as well as financing related to the spread of weapons of mass destruction. Measures are essential to protecting the integrity of our financial system and ensuring that it continues to meet the international standards established by the Financial Action Task Force. I will also continue to advise procedural tax legislation together with the proposed abolishing of land tax and the repeal of inheritance tax. At the same time, we will continue strengthening science and collection. Better collection is not simply about bringing more money into government. It is about creating the fiscal space necessary to invest in the priorities of our people. I also remain committed to Financial Literacy Month and in financial education across our society. A financially informed population is better equipped to make responsible decisions, build financial security, and contribute to a stronger Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, There is, however, one final measure that I believe speaks directly to the principles of fairness, accountability, and shared responsibility. During my review of government's financial obligations, I was surprised to discover that neither members of Parliament nor members of the Council of Ministers presently make an employee contribution toward the pension benefits attached to our political office. This has been the situation since October 10, 2010. What is particularly important, Madam Chair, is that Article 30 of the National Ordinance Pension Regulation Authorities provides for this contribution to be regulated by national decree containing general measures. Yet to date, the required framework to give effect to this provision has not been established. Meanwhile, our civil servants contribute 8% toward their pensions. Workers throughout our society contribute toward their pension arrangements. Our situation is also out of step with our counterparts in Aruba and Curacao, where political office holders contribute toward their pension arrangements. Madam Chair, that is simply not fair. It is simply not just. I do not believe that we, as political office holders, should ask the people of Sint Maarten to carry a burden that we ourselves are not prepared. Under the present arrangement, when a minister or member of Parliament becomes entitled to a pension at the applicable pensionable age, that pension obligation is ultimately carried by the public's purse without an employee pension contribution having been made by that political office holder. In simple terms, the taxpayer pays in full to all past and present political office holders. Madam, that cannot be the standard we defend while asking everyone else to contribute their fair share. Charity begins at home, but so must fiscal responsibility. For that reason, I sought and received the approval of the Council of Ministers to move forward with the introduction of an 8% pension contribution for ministers and members of Parliament, subject to the required legal and legislative process. My intention is to advance the necessary steps as soon as possible with the aim of implementation as of January 2027. Madam Chair, it must be viewed as a structural fiscal measure. It is about fairness, it is about shared responsibility, and above all, it is about leadership by example. We cannot stand before the people of Sint Maarten and speak about sacrifice, fiscal discipline, and everyone's fair share while exempting ourselves from that very principle. If we expect the people of Sint Maarten to contribute to the future of this country, then those of us entrusted to lead it must be prepared to contribute as well. Fair share must mean everyone's fair share, including ours. Madam Chair, I now move on to the next slide, Budget at a Glance. This slide provides a high-level overview of the 2026 budget and the country's overall financial outlook. For 2026, total revenues are projected at $646 million, while total expenditures are budgeted at $636 million, with a projected budget surplus of $11 million. This positive outcome reflects our continued commitment to fiscal discipline, responsible financial management, and maintaining a balanced budget while addressing the needs of our people. I would also like to clarify a small discrepancy members may notice in the figures presented. In the detailed breakdown, total expenditures appear as $637 million instead of $636. Please note that this difference is solely due to rounding. When the individual expenditures categories are rounded separately, they sum to 637, whereas rounding the total expenditures figure as whole results in 636 million. Compared to the 2025 budget, total revenues have increased by approximately 61 million. This growth is primarily driven by stronger tax revenues, reflecting continued economic activity, as well as project-related grant funding received through the TWO. However, in the 2026 budget, revenue projections are based on the preliminary results for 2025 rather than the originally budgeted figures. The actual preliminary figures as it pertains to revenues for 2025 are 565 million, resulting in a difference of 82 million. My apologies, 82 million. Revenue has been calculated largely as a percentage of GDP, providing a consistent and macroeconomically aligned framework. However, certain revenue categories do not follow this approach. For example, license revenues are based on individual applications and approvals rather than broader economic indicators. Similarly, a significant portion of other revenue is derived from funding requests that have been submitted or are expected to be submitted, making it unsuitable for estimation using GDP percentages due to the absence of a direct correlation. The same principle applies to concession fees, which are determined by specific agreements between the government and government-owned entities, and therefore cannot be reliably linked to GDP-based calculations. On the expenditure side, the 2026 budget reflects an increase of approximately 58 million when comparing to the 2025 budget. However, in comparison to the preliminary figures for 2025, which were 545, there is a difference of 92 million guilders. This increase in the budget is primarily driven by higher personnel costs and expenditures related to project implementation, particularly under third-party personnel. Due to the late approval of Budget 2025, several projects were delayed in 2025, causing underutilization of budget in 2025, mostly in the category of goods and services. Included within personnel costs is a 2.5% indexation for civil servants as well as for subsidized school teachers for the year 2026. Once the budget of 2026 is approved, this adjustment will be paid retroactively to January 2026, ensuring that public servants receive the benefits that have been allocated to them. In addition, the 2026 budget provides for several existing vacancies. Filling these positions are essential as they are critical to supporting the ongoing reforms and ensuring their sustainable implementation. The increase in goods and services is largely attributable to operational expenditures connected to projects financed through the TWO. It is important to emphasize that these expenditures do not place additional pressure on the country's finances, as the corresponding revenues are also included within the budget. As such, these projects-related activities have a neutral impact on the overall budget balance. Madam Chair, I will explain a little bit more on the revenue per category for 2026. Tax revenues continue to form the foundation of the government's financial position. For 2026, tax revenues are projected at 478 million guilders, representing approximately 74% of total budgeted revenues. In the 2025 budget, tax revenues were initially estimated at 453 million. However, preliminary results for 2025 indicate a higher outturn of approximately 457 million. This corresponds to about 14.4% of GDP for that year. This ratio has been used as the basis for projections for 2026. By applying the same percentage of GDP, tax revenues for 2026 have been estimated at 478 million, ensuring consistency and alignment with underlying economic performance. The projected growth in tax revenues is driven primarily by wage tax and turnover tax collections, reflecting continued economic growth and increased economic activity. It also reflects the ongoing efforts of the Ministry of Finance to strengthen compliance, modernize tax administration, and improve revenue collection. Our objective remains clear: to ensure that everyone contributes fairly and that the tax burden is shared equitably across society. Other revenues are projected at 91 million and include approximately 69 million in project grants from TWO, BZK, and the Trust Fund. While these grants play an important role in supporting critical projects and reforms, it is important to recognize that they are project-specific and temporary in nature. As such, they should not be considered structural or recurring sources of revenue. This is reflected in the projections for 2027, where a decline in other revenues is anticipated. This decrease is primarily due to the uncertainty surrounding the continuation of programs such as the TWO, including whether the program will be extended, and if so, to what extent. Revenue from licenses is projected at 16 million compared to 24 million in 2025 budget. This decrease is primarily attributable to lower anticipated application volumes. We also see in the preliminary figures of 2025 that the revenue for licenses is anticipated to be 15 million. Based on this, the 2026 amount has also been adjusted. Meanwhile, fees and concessions remain relatively stable and are expected to contribute approximately 62 million to government revenues. Overall, the 2026 budget reflects a stable and prudent financial outlook. It demonstrates that Sint Maarten continues to move in the right direction with growing revenues, controlled expenditures, and a positive budget balance. More importantly, it reflects our commitment to maintaining sound public finances while continuing to invest in the priorities that matter most to the people of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, turning now to expenditures. Total budgeted expenditures for 2026 amount to 636 million, representing an increase of approximately 59 million compared to the 577 million budgeted for 2025. This increase, is driven primarily by two factors. The first is personnel costs, which increased by approximately 21 million. This reflects the government's continued efforts to strengthen the public service by filling long vacant positions across various ministries and departments. It also includes a 2.5% salary indexation, as explained previously, and the addition of personnel connected to projects financed through the TWO and the trust fund. These investments are intended to improve the government's capacity to deliver service, execute projects, and meet the growing demands of our community. The second major driver is spending on goods and services, which increases by approximately 39 million. The majority of this increase is directly linked to activities financed through the TWO program and other externally funded projects. It is important to note that these expenditures are accompanied by corresponding revenues and therefore do not place additional pressure on the country's budget balance. Besides these two primary drivers, we also have some small decreases in, for example, subsidies. Furthermore, these expenditures should largely be viewed as temporary in nature. Based on the current planning, the TWO program is scheduled to conclude during the first quarter of 2027, at which point many of these associated expenditures are expected to decline significantly. While discussions are ongoing regarding a possible extension of the program, no such extension has been incorporated into the 2026 budget, ensuring that the figures presented remain prudent and realistic. When compared to the preliminary figures of 2025 of 545 million, expenditures show an increase of approximately 92 million. The differences are largely driven by the same expenditure categories, particularly personnel costs and project-related expenses. Recruitment remains a key challenge across all ministries, as attracting and retaining qualified personnel continues to be difficult. Despite these challenges, the government remains actively engaged in efforts to fill critical vacancies in order to safeguard the continuity and quality of public services. Outside of these categories, expenditures remain relatively stable and do not reflect any significant increases. However, there is one area that requires our continued attention, namely interest expenses. While current interest costs remain manageable, they are expected to increase over time as existing debt obligations are refinanced and as the government seeks financing for critical investments and development priorities. Madam Chair, fiscal discipline is not only about balancing today's budget, it is also about making strategic decisions that protect future generations from unsustainable debt burdens while creating opportunities for sustainable growth and resilience. As such, this government remains committed to prudent borrowing, responsible expenditure management, and safeguarding the long-term financial health of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, I would like to briefly pause to reflect on how the year has actually begun, as members might rightfully ask us to demonstrate how the actual results compare with the budget so far, as a test of how realistic the figures before you truly are. Based on provisional figures, the result for the first quarter of 2026 amounts to a surplus of 39 million. This is 36 million more favorable than projected in the draft 2026 budget. This positive variance is explained by approximately 9 million in additional revenues and 27 million in lower than budgeted expenditures. When compared to the budgeted figures for 2026, the preliminary results is therefore significantly more favorable, reinforcing confidence in our fiscal position. We do expect this to even out during the year. As always, we see a peak in the first and fourth quarters of the year, but it does not show that what is being presented currently is not overstated and that the budget presented today is a realistic budget. The lower expenditure levels are mainly attributable to reduced personnel costs and lower spending on goods and services. The variance in personnel costs is largely due to outstanding indexation. Meanwhile, the lower spending on goods and services is primarily related to project execution under the TWO and trust fund projects. While an increase is anticipated over the remainder of the year, it is not expected to surpass the levels outlined in the approved budget. Notably, even if the first quarter expenses had materialized as budgeted, a surplus of approximately 12 million would still have been recorded, reflecting 171 million in revenue versus 159 million in budgeted expenses. Madam Chair, I share these figures early because they speak directly to the realism of this budget. A first quarter surplus that is consistent with last year's performance, combined with both revenues and expenditures moving in clearly explainable directions, gives me confidence that the assumptions underlying the 2026 budget are sound. When comparing the Q1 2026 performance to the same period last year, the overall surplus remains in line. Total revenues increased by 8.8 million, mainly driven by a strong rise in tax income of 29.8 million. This positive development was partly offset by a decrease in other income of 20.9 million. On the cost side, total expenses grew by 7.3 million. This increase was largely due to higher payroll expenses, which rose by 6.1 million, reflecting increased staffing costs and related expenditures. Despite higher revenues and expenses, overall profitability remained stable, resulting in a surplus comparable to Q1 2025. Expenditure by ministry. Madam Chair, this slide provides an overview of how government's expenditures are distributed across the various ministries, and more importantly, where the country's financial resources are being directed. The three largest spending ministries together account for approximately 58% of total government expenditure, reflecting the critical services they provide to the people of Sint Maarten. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports remains the largest spending ministry with a budget allocation of approximately 126 million guilders, representing 21% of total government expenditure. A significant portion of this allocation is dedicated to education subsidies and educational services. This reflects government's continued commitment to investing in our people, recognizing that education remains one of the most important investments we can make in the future development and competitiveness of our country. The Ministry of Justice follows with a budget of approximately 114 million, representing 19% of total expenditure. The majority of these costs are personnel related, reflecting the labor-intensive nature of law enforcement, border protection, public safety, and the administration of justice. Looking ahead, an anticipated opening of the new prison facility in 2027 is expected to further increase personnel expenditures by approximately $3 million annually, highlighting the ongoing investments required to strengthen the public safety and the justice chain. The Ministry of Public Health, Social Development, and Labor accounts for approximately 109 million guilders, or 18% of total expenditure. This ministry is responsible for many of the programs and services that directly impact the well-being of our people, including healthcare and social assistance. As mentioned earlier, demographic developments, particularly an aging population, are expected to place increasing pressure on these services in the years ahead, making this an area that will continue to require careful planning and policy attention. Madam Chair, the Ministries of Finance and General Affairs each account for approximately 15% of total government expenditure. For the Ministry of Finance, expenditures are primarily driven by personnel costs, interest expenses, and depreciation, which together accounts for approximately 74% of the ministry's budget. Unlike many other ministries, the Ministry of Finance carries a number of central financial obligations that support the functioning and financial management of the country as a whole. Similarly, the Ministry of General Affairs performs a central support function across government. Its expenditures consist largely of personnel costs and operational expenses such as rent, insurance, and other services that facilitate the functioning of the wider government apparatus. While these expenditures may not always be visible to the public, they are essential to ensuring the effective operation of government as a whole. The Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication, and the Ministry of Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure each account for approximately 6% of the total expenditures. These ministries play a vital role in supporting economic development, infrastructure, public works, transportation, and environmental management, all of which are fundamental to the continued growth and sustainability of Sint Maarten. What this distribution ultimately demonstrates is that the majority of government spending continues to be directed toward the core functions of government: educating our people, maintaining public safety, protecting our most vulnerable citizens, and ensuring that the institutions of government have the resources necessary to serve the country effectively. Madam Chair, this slide presents the multi-year outlook of the country's finances and provides a view of where we expect our fiscal position to be over the next 4 years. The projections demonstrate a stable and sustainable financial outlook, with government continuing to project positive budget results throughout the forecast period. While the projected surpluses are modest, they are nevertheless important as they reflect our commitment to maintaining fiscal discipline, preserving financial stability, and creating room to address future challenges and opportunities. It is important to note that these projections are based on conservative assumptions. In fact, there are several potential revenue-generating initiatives currently being explored by government that have not yet been incorporated into these figures. Until there is greater certainty regarding their implementation and timing, it would not be prudent to include them in our projections. As those initiatives materialize and become more concrete, they will be reflected in future budgets and financial forecasts. For now, the ministry maintains the position that it is always more prudent to adjust revenues upward when necessary and align expenditures accordingly, rather than the reverse. It is significantly easier to accommodate additional revenues and expand expenditure plans than it is to reduce expenditures after they have been included in the budget. By the time amendments are made, many expenditures may already have been committed based on the approved budget, making reductions both complex and disruptive. The approach of the ministry, therefore, supports more responsible and realistic fiscal planning with an emphasis on responsible. Madam Chair, based on the conservative approach for 2026, government projects a budget surplus of 11 million based on revenues of 647 million and expenditures of 636. For 2027, a surplus of 8 million is projected with revenues of 642 and expenditures of 634. In 2028, the projected surplus increases to approximately 15 million based on revenues of 639 million and expenditures of 624. By 2029, the projected surplus reaches approximately 17 million with revenues of 657 million and expenditures of 640 million. Taken together, these figures demonstrate that government expects to maintain balanced finances while continuing to provide essential public services and invest in the country's development priorities. Members may observe a decline in both revenues and expenditures beginning in 2027. This is not a result of an anticipated economic slowdown, but rather the consequence of prudent budgeting assumptions based on the conservative approach. At present, the projections do not include funding associated with TWO projects beyond the first quarter of 2027. The current arrangements under the onderlinge regeling are scheduled to continue under the first quarter of 2027. Discussions regarding a possible extension are ongoing. However, until a formal decision has been taken and the scope of any extension is clearly defined, it would be premature to include such funding in our financial projections. Should an extension be agreed upon, both the corresponding revenues and expenditures will be incorporated into future budget updates and projections. This approach ensures that the figures presented today are realistic, transparent, and based on confirmed information rather than assumptions. Madam Chair, what these projections ultimately demonstrate is that Sint Maarten's financial outlook remains stable. They reflect a government that is committed to responsible budgeting, careful planning, and maintaining healthy public finances, while at the same time creating the conditions necessary for continued economic growth and national development. Our objective is not merely to achieve a surplus on paper. Our objective is to build a financially resilient country that is capable of meeting today's obligations while preparing for tomorrow's opportunities and challenges. Before turning to our policy priorities, I would like to briefly take you one level deeper into the outlook for the 2027 budget, which will soon be presented to Parliament as we recently took another important step forward into strengthening Sint Maarten's public finances. I am pleased to share with Parliament that as of June 25th, 2026, the Council of Ministers has already approved the budget 2027, which has since been submitted to the CFT and the Department of Legal Affairs for further review, of which any comments will be incorporated in the 2027 budget to then be proceeded to the Council of Advice. The aim is to have Budget 2027 submitted to Parliament the second Tuesday of September 2026, specifically September 8, 2026, which is in accordance with the improvement plan for the Budget 2027. This is no small achievement, particularly in light of the long-standing delays that have historically characterized our budgetary process. It reflects this government's commitment to restoring greater timelines, discipline, and predictability to the public finance cycle. As for the outlook for 2027, total revenues are projected at approximately 670 million guilders, representing an increase of about 23 million compared to 2026. These projections are based on the same methodology used for the 2026 budget, whereby certain revenue categories are calculated as a percentage of GDP, while others are estimated using a prudent approach until greater certainty is obtained to inclusion or for inclusion in the budget. Total expenditures are projected at approximately 662 million, an increase of about 26 million, resulting in a projected surplus of 8 million. Madam Chair, as you can see, there is a difference in both expenditures and revenues when compared to the multi-annual outlook currently presented in the 2026 budget. This variance is mainly based on updated information received from the ministries during the 2027 budget preparation process, particularly regarding funding from TWO and the trust fund. As a result, both expenditures and revenues have increased by approximately 23 million. These increases largely offset each other, resulting in no material impact on the overall financial position. Consequently, the projected surplus remains unchanged. Breaking revenues down by economic category, taxes remain the foundation of our revenue base, projected at 497 million, or approximately 74% of total revenue. Vergunningen or licenses are projected at 25 million, fees and concessions at 65 million, and other revenues, including project contributions, 84 million. Madam Chair, I would like to reiterate that these projections do not include any new revenue enhancing measures, in particularly the planned introduction of a tourist levy estimated at approximately 18 million has deliberately been excluded as the enabling legislation has not yet completed its passage through Parliament. Once this process is concluded and there is greater certainty regarding its implementation, this measure will be incorporated into future budget amendments. Secondly, our tax to GDP ratio is projected to remain stable at approximately 14.2% through 2029. This provides confidence that the projected growth in tax revenues, driven primarily by wage tax and turnover tax, reflects underlying economic growth rather than one-off effects. Thirdly, members will note that contributions linked to TWO decline in 2027. As mentioned earlier, the TWO program is currently expected to run only through the first quarter of 2027 with no extension incorporated into these projects. Should an extension be agreed upon, the corresponding revenues and expenditures will be reflected in future budget updates. Taken together, Madam Chair, this additional detail on 2027 reinforces the broader message of the multi-year outlook. Our projections are prudent. Our revenue growth is structural rather than incidental. Any additional measures currently under consideration will only be incorporated into the budget once they are fully confirmed. This also further demonstrates the consistency in the methodology used for calculating both expenditures and revenues. The same approach has been applied across both budgets, reinforcing the reliability and comparability of the figures. Madam Chair, this slide provides an overview of the country's debt position and liquidity outlook for 2026, both of which are critical indicators of our overall financial health and fiscal resilience. As of January 2026, Sint Maarten's public debt stood at approximately 1.021 billion guilders. During the year, government anticipates securing a new capital loan of approximately 42 million at an interest rate of 3.5%, while scheduled repayments are expected to amount to approximately 16.9 million. As a result, total public debt is projected to increase to approximately 1.047 billion by the end of 2026. On pages 44 and 45 of the Catalan book, the investments for the year 2026 are presented, of which, among others, the Clem La Vega Square for 15 million, the Flagpole Project for 4 million, the system for the tourist tax for 1.2 million, the Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries Agency for 1.2 million, and the renewal of breathing equipment for 902,000 are listed. While debt often carries a negative connotation, it is important to recognize that responsible borrowing remains an important tool for national development. Investments in critical infrastructure, public facilities, and economic development projects often require financing that extends beyond a single budget year. The key is ensuring that borrowing remains affordable, sustainable, and directed toward investments that create long-term value for the country. In that regard, I remain committed to pursuing innovative financing solutions, including debt swap initiatives. Such arrangements provide an opportunity to redirect resources that would otherwise be utilized solely for debt servicing towards strategic national investments, including sustainability initiatives, renewable energy projects, climate resilient measures, and other development priorities that generate long-term benefits for the people of Sint Maarten. Based on the estimates from the central bank, Sint Maarten's debt to GDP ratio currently stands at approximately 41%. By international standards, this means a manageable level and indicates that the country's debt position is presently sustainable. However, Madam Chair, these figures should also be viewed within the proper context. For much of the past decade, Sint Maarten has made limited use of borrowing for capital investments. While this has contributed to mainly a relatively moderate debt ratio, it has also resulted in a growing backlog of infrastructure and investment needs that must eventually be addressed. It is also important to note that the public debt figures presented do not include approximately 143 million in short-term obligations. While separate from the long-term debt portfolio, these obligations nevertheless place demands on the country's financial resources and underscore the importance of prudent financial management. For this reason, the question before us is not simply whether we borrow. The more important question is how we borrow, what we borrow for, and whether those investments create tangible economic and social returns for our people. Madam Chair, equally important is the country's liquidity position. Currently, projections indicate that free liquidity at the end of 2026 will amount to approximately 5 million guilders. While government is expected to meet its financial obligation, this level of liquidity leaves very limited room to absorb unforeseen events, respond to emergencies, or manage unexpected disruptions. A liquidity position of this nature requires government to maintain strict cash flow management and exercise careful expenditure prioritization throughout the year. It also limits our ability to build reserves, which are essential for strengthening the country's financial resilience and preparedness. Furthermore, a narrow liquidity buffer reduces flexibility in policy implementation. Any significant delay in revenue collection, unexpected expenditure, or external economic shock can quickly place additional pressure on government's available resources. This is precisely why compliance remains one of my highest priorities as Minister of Finance. Every tax obligation paid on time, every fee collected when due, and every outstanding receivable recovered contributes directly to strengthening the country's liquidity position. Compliance is therefore not merely a matter of enforcement, it is fundamental to government's ability to meet its obligations, provide public finances, and maintain financial stability. Madam Chair, these figures serve as an important reminder that strong public finances are not measured solely by the size of a budget surplus. They are also measured by our ability to manage debt responsibly, maintain adequate liquidity, respond to unforeseen events, and invest strategically in the future of our country. This government therefore remains committed to prudent borrowing, sound financial management, strengthening compliance, and the pursuit of innovative financing mechanisms that support both fiscal responsibility, sustainability, and the long-term development of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, this slide provides an overview of the performance of several of our government-owned companies and institutions. These entities play a critical role in supporting economic activity, delivering essential services, and contributing to the country's overall development. I am pleased to note that several entities continue to perform well and make meaningful contributions to the economy. Among these are PJIAE, Wenier, and Port Sint Maarten. Their positive performance reflects the resilience of key sectors such as aviation, tourism, and maritime services, all of which remain important pillars of our economy. Their continued success not only strengthens economic activity, but also supports employment, connectivity, and broader national development. Madam Chair, While there are positive developments to highlight, there are also entities that require continued attention and decisive action. One such entity is GEBE, which remains a significant concern from both an operational and governance perspective. The absence of audited financial statements since 2021 is not a matter that should be taken lightly. Financial reporting and accountability are fundamental principles of good governance, and restoring transparency within the organization remains a priority. In addition, GEBE has faced a series of operational challenges in recent years. The cyber incident of 2022 severely disrupted billing operations and negatively impacted revenue collection. More recently, engine failures and ongoing generator challenges have affected the reliability of service delivery, resulting in frequent outages that have impacted residents, businesses, and public confidence. Recognizing the importance of maintaining continuity of essential services, government provided emergency financial support in the amount of 75.6 million guilders in 2024, which was intended to help stabilize operations. However, it is clear that long-term sustainability will require continued reforms, strengthened governance, improved operational efficiency, and enhanced oversight. Madam Chair, although government guaranteed the financial obligation for the payments to the former employees of TLM for an amount of 3.5 million guilders, TLM requires careful monitoring. While the company continues to operate and provide essential telecommunication services, challenges remain regarding its long-term competitiveness and financial sustainability in a rapidly evolving technological environment. The telecommunications sector continues to change at an unprecedented pace, requiring significant investments, innovation, and strategic positioning. As shareholder, government must remain vigilant and ensure that the necessary strategic decisions are taken to safeguard the company's future and minimize any potential fiscal risks to the country. With respect to PSS, the challenges are well known. The company continues to depend on government support to sustain its operations, raising legitimate questions regarding its long-term sustainability. As technology, communication methods, and consumer behavior continue to evolve, it is important that we assess whether the current business model remains fit for purpose and capable of meeting future demands. This is a discussion that must involve not only government, but also Parliament and other stakeholders as we collectively determine the most sustainable path forward for this institution. Madam Chair, it is also noteworthy to mention that as shareholder, government must not only concern itself with governance, oversight, and operational performance, but also with ensuring that government-owned entities operate appropriately to the country's financial position where circumstances permit. To that end, the development of dividend policies for government-owned entities is currently underway. The objective is to establish a clear, transparent, and consistent framework that provides certainty to both government and the entities regarding dividend expectations, while at the same time safeguarding the investment needs, operational requirements, and long-term sustainability of each entity. A well-defined dividend policy will allow government to strike the appropriate balance between reinvesting in a continued growth and development of these entities and ensuring the profitable entities provide a reasonable return to the shareholder, namely the people of Sint Maarten. Such a framework will further strengthen governance, accountability, and long-term financial planning across the portfolio of government-owned companies. Madam Chair, the reality is that government-owned companies are not merely assets on paper. They provide critical services to our people, support economic activity, and in some cases carry significant fiscal implications for government. For that reason, this government remains committed to strengthening governance, improving accountability, enhancing oversight, and ensuring that our entities are positioned to to operate in a sustainable and financially responsible manner. Strong institutions ultimately contribute to a stronger economy, better public services, and greater confidence in government as a whole. The government faces several key fiscal and economic risks of varying severity. Madam Chair, high risks. No discussion of the country's financial outlook would be complete without acknowledging the risks that have the potential to significantly impact our fiscal position. One of the most significant risks facing Sint Maarten remains our vulnerability to hurricanes and other natural disasters. As a small island development state, we remain exposed to events that can have immediate and far-reaching consequences for our economy, infrastructure, and public finances. This risk is compounded by the fact that projected free liquidity at the end of 2026 amounts to only 5 million guilders. While government remains capable of meeting its current obligations, such a limited liquidity buffer provides little room to absorb the financial impact of a major disaster. An event comparable to Hurricane Irma in 2017 would place extraordinary pressure on public finances and would likely require substantial external financial assistance and emergency borrowing beyond the country's existing financial capacity. It is for this reason that government continues to place significant emphasis on disaster preparedness and financial resilience. In this regard, important work is currently underway through the Sustainable Program Effectiveness and Advancing Resilience Project, the so-called SPARE project, to establish a disaster risk fund. This initiative forms part of a broader strategy aimed at strengthening Sint Maarten's ability to prepare for, respond to, and recover from natural disasters. On May 13, 2026, the Disaster Risk Fund Roadmap was officially launched, marking an important milestone in the development of a more resilient financial framework for the country. The establishment of such a fund is intended to reduce the financial shock associated with future disasters and lessen the country's dependence on emergency financing following a major event. Madam Chair, another significant risk facing the country is the long-term sustainability of our health care financing system. The Health Care Fund is currently experiencing an annual deficit of approximately 50 million guilders. If left unaddressed, this structural imbalance could gradually erode available reserves and place increasing pressure on government finances in the years ahead. While the effects of this challenge may not be immediately visible, the reality is that healthcare financing represents one of the most significant long-term fiscal risks facing Sint Maarten. Demographic trends, including an aging population and increasing healthcare costs, will only intensify these pressures if corrective measures are not implemented. For this reason, government continues to examine reforms and policy measures aimed at safeguarding the sustainability of our healthcare system while ensuring that quality healthcare remains accessible to our people. Addressing this challenge requires difficult but necessary discussions, as the long-term stability of the healthcare fund is critical not only to public health, but also to the country's broader financial sustainability. The Ministry of Public Health, Social Development, and Labor is working on the Sustainable Affordable Access Healthcare Act, the so-called SAHA. Madam Chair, these risks serve as an important reminder that fiscal management is not solely about balancing the budget for the coming years. It is equally about identifying future vulnerabilities, strengthening our resilience, and ensuring that Sint Maarten is better prepared to withstand both economic and natural shocks. As government, our responsibility is not only to manage today's finances, but also to protect the country's future. That is why we will continue to focus on building stronger institutions, improving financial resilience, and addressing structural challenges before they become crisis. Medium risks. Madam Chair, in addition to the immediate fiscal challenges before us, There are several long-term structural developments that warrant our attention. One such development is the changing demographic profile of our population. Like many countries around the world, Sint Maarten is experiencing an aging population. The proportion of residents aged 65 and older has increased significantly, rising from approximately 5% in 2011 to 13% in 2022. While this reflects positive developments such as increased life expectancy, it also presents important policy and fiscal challenges. As our population ages, demand for healthcare services, elderly care, and social support programs will continue to grow. At the same time, expenditures related to the General Old Age Pension Fund, commonly referred to as the EOV, are expected to increase. These developments will place additional pressure on both public finances and our social security systems, making long-term planning and reform increasingly important. Madam Chair, a second area of vulnerability is the structure of our economy itself. Sint Maarten's economy remains heavily dependent on tourism, which has served us well and continues to be the primary driver of economic activity. However, this reliance also exposes us to external factors that are largely beyond our control. Changes in airline capacity, fluctuations in fuel and energy prices, geopolitical developments, natural disasters, and global economic downturns can all have a direct impact on visitor arrivals, consumer spending, economic growth, and ultimately government revenues. For this reason, government continues to emphasize the importance of economic diversification and the development of additional economic pillars that can strengthen resilience and reduce our exposure to external shocks. Madam Chair, another area requiring continued attention is the financial position of certain government-owned entities. While many of our entities continue to perform well, others present potential fiscal risk to government due to their strategic importance and the essential services they provide. Entities such as GEBE, TELEM, and PSS continue to require close observation from both a governance and financial perspective. In particular, the absence of audited financial statements for GB remains a matter of concern. Without up-to-date audited financial information, it becomes significantly more difficult to fully assess the company's financial position, quantify potential risks, and make informed decisions regarding future policy interventions. This underscores the importance of strong governance, timely financial reporting, effective oversight, and accountability across all government-owned entities. These are not merely corporate governance issues. They are matters that have direct implications for the country's financial stability and the protection of public resources. Madam Chair, taken together, these challenges highlight the importance of looking beyond the current budget year. Demographic shifts, economic vulnerability, and risk within government-owned entities are all factors that have the potential to shape Sint Maarten's financial future. Our responsibility as government is therefore not only to manage today's finances, but to anticipate tomorrow's challenges and take the necessary steps today to ensure that our country remains financially resilient, economically competitive, and socially sustainable for generations to come. Low risk. Madam Chair, while nominal economic growth continues to benefit from inflationary effects, real economic growth is projected to remain relatively modest at approximately 2%. This underscores the importance of pursuing structural reforms and productivity-enhancing initiatives that can support sustainable economic expansion over the long term. Sustainable growth can only solely rely on price increases or inflationary pressures. It must be driven by increased productivity, innovation, investment, workforce development, and greater economic diversification. Strengthening these foundations will be critical to expanding the country's revenue base and enhancing competitiveness and improving economic resilience. It is also important to recognize that the economic projections contained within this budget are subject to external developments that remain largely beyond our control. The current geopolitical environment, including ongoing international conflicts, trade uncertainties, supply chain disruptions, and fluctuations in energy markets may influence both economic growth and inflation during 2026. As a small, open economy that is heavily dependent on imports and tourism, Sint Maarten remains particularly vulnerable to global developments. For that reason, government will continue to closely examine international economic conditions and, where necessary, adjust its policies to safeguard economic stability and protect the country's financial position. Madam Chair, before discussing the specific allocations and priorities within the 2026 budget of the Ministry of Finance, it is important to begin with the foundation that guides all our work, our vision, and our mission. These are not merely statements on paper. They serve as the compass that directs every policy decision, every reform initiative, and every Caribbean guilder entrusted to our ministry. Our vision is clear and firm: to achieve sustainable public finances, strengthen transparency, and secure a resilient economic future for Sint Maarten. We recognize that a strong economy and sound public finances are not achieved by chance. They require discipline, innovation, and collaboration. This is why we continue to focus on effective financial management, forward-looking policymaking, and stronger partnerships across government and beyond. We are working closely with our fellow ministries, with the Temporary Work Organization, and with international partners such as the International Monetary Fund and CARTAC to strengthen the institutions that serve our people. Our mission is the practical expression of this vision. It is how we turn principles into results. We are building a modern, future-oriented Ministry of Finance, a ministry that embraces digital transformation, strengthens internal controls, and promotes greater accountability throughout government operations. We acknowledge that public trust in government financial management has been challenged over the years by fragmented systems, inefficiencies, and weaknesses in oversight. Building that trust is one of our highest priorities. We are confronting these challenges directly through reforms that improve governance, increase transparency, and ensure public resources are managed responsibly and efficiently. At the same time, we remain committed to strengthening revenue collections, enhancing compliance, and ensuring that every public Caribbean guilder contributes to the development and prosperity of our country. The next section of this presentation will illustrate how this vision and mission are translated into the ministry's departmental budget, and more importantly, into the concrete actions and reforms that we will implement in 2026 to continue strengthening Sint Maarten's financial future. Madam Chair, this slide presents the Ministry of Finance's own operating budget for 2026 per division. For 2026, the ministry's operating budget amounts to $90.6 million, representing an increase of 10% compared to 2025. One of the most significant increases can be found within the Staff Bureau, which grows by 34%, reaching 19.1 million guilders. This investment supports the ministry's digital transformation agenda, including the implementation of the Enterprise Resource Planning System, the SOL, process redesign, and the continued ICT transformation of the tax administration. These initiatives are essential to creating a more efficient, responsive, and accountable public sector. The budget for fiscal affairs increases by 74%, bringing it to 856,000 guilders. While the absolute amount remains relatively modest, this increase is strategically important. It provides the additional capacity required to advance tax reform initiatives, strengthen fiscal policy development, and support the modernization of our tax framework. Within the tax administration, the allocation of audit department increases by 82% to 1.49 million. This is a deliberate investment to compliance and enforcement. By strengthening our audit and investigative capacity, we aim to reduce leakages, improve compliance, and narrow the gap between taxes owed and taxes collected. Ultimately, this contributes to a fairer system for all taxpayers. At the same time, the ministry continues to exercise restraint where appropriate. The Finance Department, which remains the ministry's largest budget, at 51.8 million, grows by only 2%. This demonstrates our commitment to fiscal discipline even as we invest in critical modernization efforts. The one notable exception is the increase in severance pay, which rises from a relatively small base and reflects the completion of several long-standing personnel matters. The key message of this budget is clear. This is not a budget focused merely on maintaining existing operations. It is a budget designed to transform the Ministry of Finance in a more modern, efficient, and effective institution. Madam Chair, the budget of the Ministry of Finance is guided by 4 strategic objectives that form the foundation of the Ministry of Finance's work. These objectives are not new. They are firmly anchored in the National Development Vision 2020-2030, specifically Development Theme 3, Objective 22, and are closely aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 16, which emphasizes effective, accountable, and transparent institutions. These objectives provide the framework for our policies, our reforms, and the investments reflected throughout this budget. The first objective is sustainable public finances. Our commitment is to maintain fiscal stability through responsible budgeting, control expenditure, and reduce dependence on external financing. The second objective is transparency and public trust. Citizens have a right to know how public funds are managed and how government resources are being used. Strengthening transparency requires strong internal controls, reliable financing reporting, and open communication. This commitment is reflected in our ongoing modernization efforts and in the level of detail we are providing throughout this budget process. Transparency is not only a matter of compliance, it is essential to rebuilding and maintaining public confidence in government institutions. The third objective is strengthening Sint Maarten's economic position. A stable economy requires sound fiscal management, responsible debt policies, and a modern framework that supports investment and economic activity. Our debt to GDP ratio remains at a manageable level of approximately 41%, providing evidence of prudent financial management. At the same time, we remain mindful of the risk that could affect our outlook, including natural disasters, global economic uncertainty, and external market disruptions. As outlined in the risk assessment section, vigilance and preparedness remain critical components of our strategy. The fourth objective is inclusive growth and development. Economic progress must translate into tangible benefits for our people. This means reducing socioeconomic inequality, improving the quality and accessibility of public service, and fostering stronger collaboration across government and with our development partners. Through cooperation with other ministries, the public entities, and international organizations, we aim to ensure that growth is both sustainable and broadly shared across our society. These 4 strategic objectives are not theoretical concepts. They are practical commitments that guide decision-making across the Ministry of Finance. Every investment, every reform initiative, and every policy proposal contained within this budget is designed to advance one or more of these objectives. The next section of this presentation demonstrates exactly how these priorities are being translated into action through 4 concrete policy measures that will be implemented in 2026. These measures represent the practical steps we are taking to strengthen public finances, improve governance, support economic resilience, and deliver better outcomes for the people of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, we have identified 4 concrete policy measures that will guide the Ministry of Finance's work in 2026 to help achieve the objectives previously presented. The first measure is the modernization of the tax administration. An efficient and effective tax administration is essential to maintaining sustainable public finances and improving public service delivery. In 2026, we will continue the implementation of an integrated IT environment, including digital taxpayer portals and modernized processing systems. At the same time, we are investing in the training and development of our tax personnel to ensure that these new tools are fully utilized. The objective is straightforward: to make tax assessment, processing, and collection more efficient, improve compliance, reduce administrative burdens, and provide better service to taxpayers. The budget increases previously highlighted within the Staff Bureau and the Control and Investigation Division directly supports these modernization efforts. The second measure is improving the national budget process. From strong financial governance begins with reliable planning and accurate information. To achieve this, we will introduce a more uniform budget instruction process, establish clearer timelines for budget preparation, strengthen revenue forecasting methodologies, and enhance quarterly reporting. These improvements will provide more reliable financial improvement and allow the government to identify challenges earlier and make timely adjustments when necessary. Better data leads to better decision making, and better decision making leads to a stronger financial outcome. The third measure is strengthening financial management and internal control. This is one of the most important reform initiatives within the ministry. During 2026, we will continue the implementation of a modern enterprise resource planning, or ERP, strengthen the internal audit function, and redesign key operational processes through the SOLVE framework. These redesigned processes will cover critical areas such as procurement, revenue collection, grant management, payroll administration, and financial reporting. This measure directly supports our objective of increasing transparency and restoring public trust. Strong systems and clear controls reduce risk, improve accountability, and ensure that public funds are managed responsibly. It is through reforms such as these that we prevent the weaknesses, inefficiencies, and reporting gaps that have affected institutions in the past and that have raised concerns regarding governance. The fourth measure is comprehensive tax reform. Our current tax system has served Sint Maarten for many years, but it has also been complex, fragmented, and increasingly difficult to administer efficiently. Modern economies require tax systems that are simple, transparent, equitable, and capable of supporting economic growth. The ministry is therefore continuing its efforts toward a modernized tax framework that is easier to understand, easier to administer, and fairer for taxpayers. Over time, a stronger tax system will not only improve compliance and revenue collection, but will also help address structural fiscal challenges that continue to place pressure on the country's finances, including long-term obligations such as the healthcare fund. Taken together, these four policy measures form a comprehensive agenda for reform and modernization. They are designed to improve efficiency, strengthen governance, increase accountability, modernize revenue collection, and support sustainable economic development. Most importantly, they are intended to ensure that the positive results we see today are not temporary achievements, but the foundation for lasting fiscal stability. Madam Chair, as I bring this presentation on the 2026 national budget to a close, I would like to leave this Parliament with one central message. The work is not finished, but we are moving in the right direction. This budget may have reached Parliament later than any of us would have wished, but it is also a budget that represents a meaningful step forward. It introduces a more policy-based approach to public finances, one that seeks to connect every guilder we spend to a purpose, a priority, and ultimately a result for the people of Sint Maarten. A budget is not simply a collection of numbers. Behind each number is a choice. It reflects what we value, what we prioritize, and what kind of country we want to build for the next generation. That is why this budget is about more than balancing the books. It is about restoring discipline and accountability to the way we manage public resources, while creating the fiscal space to invest in our people, our institutions, and our future. Madam Chair, I am under no illusion that the challenges that remain. We must continue to strengthen our public finances. We must address arrears and liquidity pressures. We must improve the performance and oversight of government-owned companies. We must modernize our institutions, strengthen compliance, and build an economy that is more resilient and better prepared for the shocks that will inevitably come our way. These are not small challenges, and they were not created overnight, but neither can they be expected to be solved overnight. What matters is that we confront them honestly, that we make the difficult decisions when they are necessary, and that we keep moving forward. I often remind myself that I did not enter office believing that financial challenges accumulated over many years could be solved with a magic wand in two. What I committed myself to doing was confronting these challenges one by one, deliberately and responsibly. There is much work ahead of us, and there will undoubtedly be different decisions to make. But as the saying goes, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And through you, Madam Chair, I can see that this Parliament is full of tough people. So let's get going. Let us get going, not as a government versus Parliament, but as representatives of the same people. Let us debate strongly where we disagree, but let us also recognize where we agree. Let us never lose sight of the fact that the decisions we make in this chamber have consequences for real people, real families, and the future of our country. Madam Chair, I recognize that this budget is not perfect, but I present this budget as an honest budget. It acknowledges where we have fallen short in the past, while charting a new course for the management of public finances in Sint Maarten. I would like to believe that we have begun to break the cycle of simply copying and pasting the previous year's line items. We have brought greater meaning, discipline, and purpose back to the public of our country. This policy-based stability budget gives Parliament the tools it needs to hold my ministry and every other ministry accountable. It tells the people of Sint Maarten what we intend to achieve with their money, and it does so while maintaining our commitment to fiscal responsibility and avoiding the accumulation of unsustainable debt. Madam Chair, I welcome constructive criticism, I welcome scrutiny, and I welcome accountability. But that accountability must be based on the complete picture. Judge this government not only by the challenges that remain, but also by the challenges we inherited over several years. The actions we have taken, the difficult decisions we have made, and the results we are producing. The people of Sint Maarten expect nothing less from all of us. In the days ahead, I look forward to a meaningful and substantive debate with the honorable members of Parliament. I hope that we can put aside our partisan lenses when necessary and focus on the larger responsibility that unites us, building a Sint Maarten that is financially responsible, economically resilient, socially strong, transparent, and accountable. Because ultimately, Madam Chair, this is not about this government, this Parliament, or this particular budget year. It is about the Sint Maarten we leave behind for those who come after us. The choices we make today will determine the opportunities available to our children tomorrow. Let us therefore have the courage to make the right choices, not always the easiest, but the choices that protect our country's financial stability. strengthen public confidence, and create sustainable opportunities for future generations. I am confident that through continued cooperation between government and parliament, and with the support and participation of our people, we can achieve these objectives. Madam Chair, I wish to thank the members of parliament for their attention, patience, and consideration of the 2026 national budget. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the many civil servants, financial professionals, and stakeholders noteworthy to mention S.G. Howell, F. Bebe, my Chief of Staff, and the entire Cabinet whose dedication and hard work contributed to the preparation of this budget. Their contribution is often behind the scenes, but it is essential to the functioning of this government. And finally, through you, Madam Chair, I want to thank the people of Sint Maarten for their continued trust, patience, and support. The work continues, the challenges are real, but so is our determination to overcome them. Let us build a Sint Maarten that is financially stronger, more transparent, more accountable, and more prosperous, not only for us today, but for generations to come. I now look forward to the deliberations and to the responding of the questions and concerns of the honorable members. Thank you, Madam Chair. May God continue to bless us, and may God continue to bless Sint Maarten, this beautiful country we call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gums, for your presentation of the National Budget 2026, as well as the budget of the Ministry of Finance. Before we continue, I will break for approximately 15 minutes, but before I do that, I want to, especially for the general public's knowledge, to give an overview of how we will proceed further with the handling of the budget. Of course, we got started today, Thursday, and the intention is that we continue on Friday, tomorrow, August the 21st, Monday the 24th, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday if necessary. If there are any changes, of course, this will be communicated. The information that I'm sharing now has already been shared with the members of Parliament, but I just would like the public to get an understanding of how the proceedings will continue. It is the intention that per ministry, the ministers speak approximately 30 minutes. And after the presentations by the ministers, the members of Parliament, of course, will have the opportunity to ask the government questions on this draft budget, and we will start that tomorrow, Friday, August the 21st. We have adjusted the speaking time for this meeting as per a proposal of order earlier, and I want to give the sequence of the ministers as they will be making their presentations on behalf of their ministry. So following the Minister of Finance, we will have the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, then the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication, followed by the Minister of Justice, followed by the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, followed by the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, and then the Minister of Public Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure. Following the presentations today, it is expected that for the following parts of the meeting that we will have at least 2 ministers here in the Hall of Parliament at all times. That doesn't mean that you will not have more, but at least 2 ministers will be present. As I mentioned before, during the days of the budget, we will have lunch and supper here at the Parliament, and the lunch will start tomorrow, Friday, as we expect to continue throughout the day tomorrow and the days to follow. And as I mentioned earlier during my introduction, it is the intention for the mental and physical well-being of especially our staffs that we don't continue beyond 9 o'clock, and I might even bring that down lower. So I ask everyone to cooperate with us that we can close off at a reasonable hour here every day. And so I just wanted to share that, and that would have brought me exactly to 3:15, and I will now break for 15 minutes, and we will be back here at 3:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, staff of both institutions, good afternoon and welcome back after a brief adjournment following the presentation of the budget itself and the Ministry of Finance by the Minister of Finance. We continue now with the ministers making the presentations on behalf of their respective ministries, and I invite the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Luc Mercelina, to take the floor and make the presentation of the budget for the Ministry of General Affairs. Prime Minister Dr. Luc Mercelina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable President of Parliament, Secretary General, members of Parliament, the members of the Council of Ministers in the executive body, those in the Tribune, those following on social media, and of course, in general, the people of Sint Maarten, good afternoon. By law, the 2026 budget of the Government of Sint Maarten should have been submitted to Parliament in September 2025. That we convene here today in the summer of 2026 to deliberate on a budget that should already have been under execution for more than 7 months is not just a procedural delay. It is a reflection of a deeper institutional reality, one that demands both honesty and decisive management to restore stability and improve execution. Earlier this year, the independent evaluation of the country package provided a candid and sobering assessment of the current state of our public sector. The findings that were also shared with Parliament are clear. Core government functions are not operated at the level required to meet the reasonable expectations of the people of Sint Maarten, or even the needs of a professional organization. The foundation of government, its systems, processes, and institutional capacity is not sufficient in order. The basis is niet op orde. That is the end conclusion and title of the TWO. As we look forward to restoring stability and improving execution, we need to recognize this institutional reality and act accordingly. Persistent structural bottlenecks exist within human resources and P&O, legal affairs, ICT, and facility services. These are not peripheral issues. They are the backbone of an effective and efficient government. When these systems are heavily constrained, the entire government is struggling, and that is the case at this particular moment. We continue to be confronted with years of financial and administrative backlogs. These backlogs consume and constrain the budget of the ministry and government as a whole. All ministries are struggling with outdated procedures that were copied from the former Netherlands Antilles. There are significant capacity gaps, and internal operations are at this particular moment inefficient. This places an increasing burden on the functioning of government and directly affects the quality and reliability of public service delivery. Let me be clear, this is not just a matter of financial resources. It is about governance, it's about discipline, professionalism, and the ability to improve execution. It is about ensuring that government functions more efficiently, transparently, and in the service of our community. Madam Chair, this is not a message of pessimism. On the contrary, it is a call to realism and a call to action for the future. The challenges we face are complex, as for years government lingered in a transition mode from island territory to country status. Now, after 16 years, it is time for clear priorities. The sustained effort needs to take place, and above all, cooperation between ministries, cooperation with Parliament, and cooperation within the Kingdom. This is the only way for the government of Sint Maarten to establish and anchor its foundation. We need to get to the basis of order, and this is exactly what this administration is focusing on at this particular moment. Step by step, we are restoring stability and improving execution by bringing in new talent, positive energy, and a stronger focus on cooperation, organizational structure, and administrative compliance into the ministry. Under the daily management of the newly appointed Secretary General and his executive management team, we are setting clear priorities and improving cooperation with and outside government. Crisis measures are being put in place for critical shared services such as facility affairs, P&O, and legal affairs, and the recruitment for critical positions has been intensified. This will enable the ministry to address the major financial and administrative backlog, as well as the long-standing organizational challenges, such as the function book of the fire department or outdated HR policies and procedures. But most importantly, it will allow the ministry and the organization as a whole to look forward with a renewed sense of optimism about the future. Madam Chair, in the course of this presentation, I will first outline the legal mandate and responsibilities of the Ministry of General Affairs. I will then present a financial overview of the Ministry's 2026 budget. This will be followed by an overview of the Ministry's key strategic priorities, a discussion of the key risks we face, and finally, I will give some reflections on the path forward. Let's start with key responsibilities. The Ministry of General Affairs occupies a central position within the institutional structure of the Government of Sint Maarten. By law, the Ministry is entrusted with a broad mandate encompassing domestic affairs, kingdom relations, foreign affairs, legal affairs and legislation, personal policy and human resources management, public communication, project management, and public service delivery, including emergency services provided through the fire department. In addition to these core responsibilities, the Ministry serves as the primary provider of shared services to all ministries. These services include HR services, ICT infrastructure, facility management, procurement, document registration, and archiving, as well as internal communication. In practical terms, the Ministry of General Affairs is not just another ministry. It is the glue of government. It is the only ministry that has core domains and services all other ministries. When General Affairs operates effectively, the entire government benefits. When its capacity is constrained, the impact is felt across all ministries and ultimately across society. Looking now at the financial overview. Madam Chair, the budget of the Ministry of General Affairs for 2026 reflects both the ambitions and the constraints under which we have to operate. Without TWO financing, the total budget of the Ministry of General Affairs increases from approximately 79.5 million in 2025 to 82.3 million Caribbean guilders in 2026. This represents a modest increase of 3.4%. While any increase is welcome, it must be viewed in context. This growth does not create significant fiscal space for new investments or large-scale recruitment. A considerable portion of the increase is absorbed by mandatory expenditures, including salary indexation and the settlement of outstanding financial obligations accumulated over previous years. Personnel expenditure remains a primary cost driver within the ministry. It increases from approximately 31.4 million in 2025 to 34.2 million in 2026, an increase of approximately 9%. This allows for some additional recruitment in P&O, legal affairs, ICT, and the fire department of Sint Maarten. However, this increase remains hugely insufficient to address the structural undercapacity within the ministry. To illustrate, while the ministry requires an estimated 455 positions to fully meet its legal and operational responsibility, from these 455 positions, at this particular moment, only 271 positions are currently budgeted, with approximately 255 positions. So I repeat, from the 455 positions that is calculated necessary for the operation of government, only at this moment we have 255 positions occupied. This government is functioning with 200 less civil servants than is required. Of the filled positions now, less than 20 are senior management, legal or policy staff. The majority share of the filled positions are operational, such as front desk personnel, first responders, and cleaning and security service. In other words, there is not just a structural gap of nearly 200 vacant positions, but there is also a management gap and a know-how gap when it comes to the critical policy areas of the Ministry of General Affairs. As a result, the government is struggling with institutional capacity, but also country capacity. This gap is not theoretical. It is the reality that government has been experiencing for quite some time, and it has very tangible consequences for our country. It affects the development of policy, implementation, execution, and of course, of control. It affects the speed of decision-making, the quality of legislative drafting, and the efficiency of the recruitment process, which is painstakingly slow and tedious. And it also affects the reliability and digital system and the responsiveness of public service. Madam Chair, operational expenditures will increase by approximately 16.1% from 48.1 million to 55.8 million. While this may appear substantial, it primarily reflects the rising cost of maintaining the government apparatus, including rent, utilities, ICT services, maintenance, and essential operational support. These are not discretionary expenditures. They are the fixed costs required to ensure continuity of basic operations of government as a whole. Focusing now on the strategic priorities. Within this constrained financial environment, the Ministry of General Affairs has identified 3 strategic priorities that will guide its action in 2026 and beyond. First, the strengthening of government's capacity and especially core support services. This priority focuses on rebuilding the institutional capacity of government with particular emphasis on P&O, legal affairs, ICT, and facility management. It includes the continued advancement of digital government initiatives such as the eHRM system. This system will replace fragmented paper-based HR processes, establish Microsoft Dynamic 365 HR as the single source of truth, and enable broad employee and manager self-service. Madam Chair, a professional, motivated, and well-supported civil service is not anymore a luxury. It is a prerequisite for an effective and efficient government. Investments in people, systems, and processes will therefore remain central to our agenda, which is heavily supported by the government at this particular moment of the Netherlands through the country packages. At this point, I must also recognize and express the government's appreciation to all our civil servants who has, despite any challenges, are working incredibly hard to keep government going. Our civil servants are under tremendous pressure due to the staffing constraints in all ministries. Step by step and in close coordination with the unions represented in the CCSU, it is the intention of this government to reach a new multi-annual agreement to significantly raise all salaries and improve basic labor conditions, including the introduction of a 36-hour week. Additionally, paternity leave and proper recognition of the risk of frontliners. We have to reach this agreement through cooperation with due recognition of our financial constraints, but also by taking a people-centered approach. Without a stronger organization, better support services, and well-trained, well-paid, and well-equipped civil servants, no one can run a government effectively. Our second and closely related priority is the promotion of national development and partnerships within and beyond the kingdom. Sint Maarten, as a small and open island economy, cannot operate in isolation. Our resilience and prosperity heavily depends on our ability to engage effectively with partners within the kingdom, within the Caribbean region, and internationally. In 2026, the Ministry will continue to strengthen cooperation with Sint Maarten and deepen our engagement within the Kingdom and pursue strategic partnership with the EU, as well as within and beyond the Caribbean region. Within a rapidly changing world with new geopolitical realities, the organization of a Kingdom Summit later this year will provide an important platform for renewed dialogue on the future of the Kingdom and the role of Sint Maarten within it. Cooperation is key word, and cooperation starts with, of course, talking with each other. The focus of the government of Sint Maarten will be on finding a new pathway to cooperation, a pathway that ensures that there is a more structural dialogue between the governments of the four countries in a similar way and in close alignment with the existing structural dialogue between the parliament of the four countries within the kingdom. As the technical discussions on the preparation of the Kingdom Summit evolve, I will continue to inform Parliament accordingly. Madam Chair, under the second priority, I should also emphasize that the government of Sint Maarten greatly values the bilateral relationship with and the support of the government of the Netherlands through the country packages. The current closing date in the mutual regulation, the onderlinge regeling for the country package, is April 2027. The Ministry is in technical discussions with the Netherlands on extending this support with a renewed focus on getting the foundation in order. Also on this topic, I will continue to inform Parliament as the discussions evolve. It should be clear that the implementation of the country package and the continued support through the TVO are essential for achieving many of the multi-annual objectives of the government of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, on our third and final strategic priority for the Ministry of General Affairs is the reinforcement of disaster management and crisis response. Given our geographic location and exposure to natural hazards, investment in disaster risk management remains at the forefront. The strengthening of the Office for Disaster Management through the hiring of additional staff, the upgrading of emergency equipment such as new breathing masks for our firefighters, and the enhancement of crisis coordination mechanism within the outside of Sint Maarten are very critical. Building resilience is not only about responding to crises, it's about preparing for them in a structured and sustained manner. For this, we need a stronger fire department that is well-trained, well-paid, and well-equipped for any crisis that we may have to face. Earlier this year, we signed an important agreement with the WICSU PSU to address several long-standing issues at the fire department, and I must express my appreciation to the union, the negotiations team, and the hard-working men and women of the fire department for their perseverance and their services to the country. It is the intention of this administration to build on this first agreement and work closely together with the union and the staff of the fire department to jointly determine priorities to significantly improve the working conditions of our frontliners and their support staff. I would like now to talk about the key risks. Madam Chair, the achievement of these three strategic priorities is not without risk. The most pressing risk remains the persistent shortage of qualified personnel in critical departments, as I mentioned already, inclusive, of course, P&O, facility services, legal affairs, ICT, and disaster management. Without adequate staffing, attractive compensation, and updated HR procedures, government cannot operate efficiently nor effectively. This is why the strengthening of government capacity and core support services is the first of the ministry's three priorities. Financial constraints represent a second major risk. Limited budgetary space restricts our ability to invest, to recruit, and to modernize at the pace required. Outstanding financial and administrative backlogs, especially within facility affairs, have tremendously effects on the budget and the overall financial standing of the Ministry of General Affairs. This is why the Ministry has put in place a temporary support team to facilitate affairs and is reinstating the role of DMO with a specific focus on procurement and administrative compliance. Additional risks include delays in digital transformation, which may affect service delivery and public trust, as well as insufficient coordination both with government and with external partners due to the capacity gaps and financial constraints. This is why we need to be very open about the challenges that the ministry is facing in our communication towards the people and in our cooperation within and outside the kingdom. We need to set realistic expectations about what we can achieve by working together. Finally, external factors such as climate-related events, economic volatility, and geopolitical developments may further impact our ability to execute the ministry's agenda. This is, of course, closely related to our third priority, which is the reinforcement of disaster management and crisis response, including the strengthening of the fire department. Let's look forward now. How should we proceed? Madam Chair, the challenges before us are significant, but they are not unprecedented. Many nations, particularly small island states, face similar constraints. What will determine our success is not the absence of challenges, but our response to them. We must move beyond the cycle of identifying problems and instead focus on delivering solutions step by step, year by year. The strengthening of government is not and will not be a short-term project. This has been a long-standing challenge throughout all previous administrations that must be addressed. It requires sustained effort across multiple budget cycles and multiple administrations. The priorities outlined in the 2026 budget will therefore not conclude in 2026. They will continue into 2027 and beyond. In some ways, country Sint Maarten is still at the start of building a modern, professional government apparatus that fits our attained country status. This requires not only continuity, but also discipline and cooperation. We must strengthen cooperation across ministries, reinforce the relationship between government and parliament, and deepen collaboration within the kingdom. No single ministry and no single institution can do this alone. The Ministry of General Affairs will serve as the coordinating center, promoting alignment, facilitating cooperation and collaboration, and supporting the government as a whole in achieving its objectives. The constraints we face are very real. The risks are very substantial, but so too is our collective responsibility. Let us therefore proceed with clear and consistent priorities and realism in our expectation and with determination in our action. Step by step, we must build a stronger foundation for country Sint Maarten. Step by step, we must strengthen our institution, and step by step, we must deliver for the people of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, strengthening a government ultimately improves all our daily lives. I want every citizen of Sint Maarten to have the opportunity to be their best possible self and to find a trusted partner in government. Together, government and parliament, we can, we must, and we will live up to our task to advance the goals and aspirations that the people of Sint Maarten have entrusted into us. Before I close, I would like also to thank all the civil servants, especially after explaining the deficit in amounts of civil servants that we need actually in general affairs. We have calculated that we need 455 civil servants. That are the positions calculated. And we occupy approximately 200 of these positions. So we lack a small 200, 250 to fill up our government apparatus to do a correct, efficient work for the people of Sint Maarten. So although these circumstances, I would want to make use of this opportunity to thank not only my civil servants of general affairs, but all civil servants that actually were very committed and engaged to help us answer the more than 2,500 questions that were posed to us from Parliament. Once more, civil servants, many thanks for contributing your part for this Parliament session to be a success. Madam President, thank you very, very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your presentation on the draft budget for the Ministry of General Affairs. I now invite the next minister to present her ministry's budget, and that is the Minister of Economic Affairs, Tourism, Transport and Telecommunication, the Honorable Grisha Heilige-Marten. Minister Heilige-Marten, you have the floor as soon as you get your laptop well seated. Just getting ready here, and then the minister will take the floor. Minister Grisha Helliger Martin, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Secretariat. Okay, we're trying to still get myself situated here. Good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament. Good afternoon to everyone in the Tribune, and special good afternoon to my team in the war rooms. I know most of you are listening, so good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to Sweet Swaliga Sint Maarten. Madam Chair Lady, before I begin the substance of this presentation, I want to make a few brief opening remarks to provide context for the work we are presenting today. Not all progress is immediately visible. In government, we often judge by what we can see. The project completed, the legislation passed, and the service delivered, and rightfully so. But behind every meaningful result is a process that begins long before the public sees the outcome. When I resumed responsibility of this ministry on May 3rd, 2024, we began laying the tracks for the changes we wanted to achieve. And there is an important distinction between putting something in motion and bringing it to a final destination. Responsible execution requires research, a sound legal foundation, proper funding, stakeholder consultation, procurement, implementation planning, and often coordination across government with external partners. Much of what happens behind the scenes. But it is precisely that work that determines whether a policy or project can succeed and whether the results can last. And that brings me to what I believe is captured in the reality of TIAT quite well. The little engine that could. Just thought, Madam Chair, I'll make it a little cheerful and get it going to understand that this is what we are about today. The engine is small. The hill is steep. The load is heavy, yet it keeps moving because the destination matters. That is the reality of this ministry. We are carrying staffing constraint, outdated legislation, inherited backlogs, multi-year commitments, and projects that depend on decisions beyond our direct control. But despite those challenges, Madam Chair, the work continues. And that is the thinking behind our team for 2026, Forward by Design. Last year, our team was the R4 effect, reshape, rebuild, restructure, and reform. The R4 effect reflected the systems and structures that required attention, outdated legislation, institutional weaknesses, administrative backlogs, and economic structures in need of modernization. Forward by Design is the continuation of that journey. It means designing with purpose, planning with intention, executing with discipline, and making decisions today that continue to contribute to Sint Maarten we want, the Sint Maarten we want tomorrow. And that is particularly important for TIAT. We have the responsibility of protecting and strengthening the principal pillar of our economy, while simultaneously creating the conditions for new industries, new investments, and new opportunities to emerge. Our tourism performance gives us reasons for cautious optimism, but our responsibility goes beyond the numbers. The real question is how we translate economic activity into economic opportunity that people can actually feel through better conditions for business, stronger regulations, improved connectivity and transportation, responsible investment, diversification and opportunities for the next generation. That requires more than an individual project. It requires policy, legislation, institutional strengthening, investment, and most importantly, Madam Chair Lady, continuity. So today, I want to take Parliament beyond simply what we are spending. I want to show you what TIAT is building, what we're changing, and what we're preparing, and where we intend to take the country, to take the economy of Sint Maarten next. That is forward by design, and that's what it means. Madam Chair Lady, this snapshot provides important context for the economic environment in which we are implementing the 2026 budget. On the surface, the economy continues to perform positively. Real GDP growth for 2025 is estimated at 3.4%, supported largely by continued strength in stayover and cruise tourism. Inflation also moderated significantly in 2025, averaging approximately 0.92% year on year. But the economic picture changed considerably in the second quarter of 2026. Between April and June, consumer prices increased by 4.03% compared to the previous quarter and 5.45% compared to the same period in 2025. And that 5.45% is not simply a statistic. The pressures are showing up in the areas that affect people every day. Gasoline prices increased by 38.37% during the quarter. The GB fuel clause increased by 40.4%. Transportation increased by 16.32%. And food and non-alcoholic beverages increased by 1.94%. The consumer price index now stands at 120.45, meaning the average basket of goods and services costs approximately 20.5% more than it did in 2018. So while one side of the slide tells us the economy is growing, the other reminds us that the economy's growth, the economic growth, and the economic well-being are not necessarily the same thing. Families are paying more for many of the same basic needs. Businesses are facing higher operating costs, and household purchasing power is being squeezed. Some of these pressures originate beyond our shores. International conflict, global fuel price movements, shipping costs and supply chain disruptions affect economies around the world. But as a highly import-dependent country, Sint Maarten feels those external shocks very quickly. And while we cannot control international oil prices or global shipping costs, we are responsible for how we respond to their impact here at home. That means tracking price movements, enforcing the applicable legislation, strengthening maximum price system, and ensuring that consumers have clear and timely information. But forward by design requires for us to go further. TIAT cannot simply administer the economy. We must increasingly help shape it, strengthen our existing economic pillars while deliberately creating new opportunities, attracting investment, and building greater resilience against external shocks. Because ultimately, Madam Chair Lady, economic growth means little if our people cannot feel its benefits in their everyday lives. This slide, Madam Chair Lady, demonstrates the continued strength of Sint Maarten's tourism performance, and importantly, how that growth is translating into economic activity and government revenues. For January through July of this year, air travels increased by 21%, representing almost 100,000 additional visitors and compared to the same period in 2025. Cruise arrivals also increased by approximately 14%. What is particularly encouraging is that we are seeing this growth reflected beyond visitor numbers. Hotel room tax revenues increased by 15%, generating approximately 1.5 million guilders more, while car rental tax revenues surged by more than 60%. And we must put these numbers into a regional context. According to the Tourism Analytics, which tracks tourism performance across Caribbean destinations, Sint Maarten is currently among the strongest performing destinations in the region in year-to-year stopover growth. Many Caribbean destinations are experiencing tourism growth. That is positive for the region, but Sint Maarten is not simply growing with the Caribbean. We are outperforming many other of our regional competitors. That presents us with a tremendous opportunity. Our challenge now is to capitalize on this momentum, not simply by bringing more people to Sint Maarten, but by increasing visitor spending, strengthening local businesses, and ensuring that more tourism dollars remain within our economy. That is where our focus must shift, from tourism growth to tourism value. Madam Chair Lady, I want the people of Sint Maarten to look carefully at this slide, because 41.2 million guilders does not tell the full story of what TIAT actually has available to operate. The total national budget for 2026 is approximately 640 million. Of that amount, TIAT's operational allocation is approximately 41.2 million guilders, just 6.4% of the national budget. And TIAT carries exceptionally broad mandate. We are responsible for tourism, economic affairs, transportation, telecommunication, civil aviation, maritime affairs, Met services, agriculture, statistics, licensing inspection, consumer protection, and economic regulation. But now let's go one step further and look into that 41.2 million guilders. Approximately 19.3 million, almost 47%, is personnel costs. Another 13.1 million is reflected under projects and activities, much of which is tied to a specific country package initiatives and external funding arrangement. That is not money that TIAT can freely redirect towards any day-to-day priorities. Approximately 3.8 million is specifically allocated to tourism marketing and promotion, while 2.9 million supports subsidies and grants. So when we strip away all personnel and look at the ministry's actual material budget across its department, TIAT has approximately 8.74 million guilders to work with. And that, Madam Chair, puts our challenge into proper perspective. We are responsible for supporting the principal pillar of Sint Maarten's economy, while simultaneously being asked to diversify that economy, improve the business climate, modernize transportation and telecommunications, strengthen consumer protection, attract investment, improve regulation, and help create entirely new areas of economic activities. That is a very large economic mandate operating with a very limited toolbox. And I am not here to make any excuses. I am highlighting it because ambition must be understood in the context of capacity. It means we have to stretch every guilder. We have to prioritize. We have to leverage country packages funding, public-private partnerships, and outside investment. And importantly, we have to research and design initiatives properly before committing scarce resources to them. Because when you have limited room for error, you cannot afford expensive mistakes. This is why I continue to describe TIAT as the little engine that could. The engine carries a tremendous amount of weight. The resources may be limited, but the responsibility is not. And despite that, the engine continues to move. Our challenge is not to make every guilder work harder, every investment more strategic, or every initiative contribute. Our challenge is to make every guilder work harder, every investment move strategic, and every initiative contributed to strengthening or expanding Sint Maarten's economic base. We may be the little engine, but we're being asked to pull a very big economy. With that in context, Madam Chair Lady, I will take Parliament through the individual departmental budgets and show how these limited resources are being deployed. Madam Chair Lady, let's start with the budget overview of my office, which has increased modestly from an approximate 1.77 million guilders in 2025 to 1.89 million guilders in 2024, an increase of 6.6%. The majority of this increase relates to personnel costs, including salary indexation, material costs by 25,000 guilders, which speaks to a shift from one economic category to another, primarily to support office travel, representation, and international stakeholder engagement as required. This allocation supports the effectiveness, the executive and policy leadership of TIAT, coordinating priorities, advancing legislation, and ensuring alignment with the government program. This is where we set the direction, establish the priorities, and begin laying the tracks for growth. Next, Madam Chair, is the Staff Bureau allocation, which increased by approximately 771,000 guilders in 2025 to 868,000 guilders in 2026, an increase of approximately 12.6%. That increase in personnel, the increase in personnel costs primarily reflects indexation, staff adjustments, while the increase in material costs provides additional capacity for policy-related travel and specialized third-party advice. The Staff Bureau plays an important supporting role across TIAD, particularly in legal coordination, strategic policy development, and ensuring greater alignment across our department, by extension other ministries. As we lay the tracks for growth, this is one of the teams helping to make sure those tracks are properly aligned so that policy, legislation, and executions are moving in the same direction. This slide, Madam Chair Lady, this slide requires some clarification because at first glance, the 645% increase appears substantial. The department allocation increases from approximately 1.75 million in 2025 to 13 million in 2026. However, this does not mean that the department suddenly had an additional 11 million available for its regular operation. The 11.46 million is material costs, and approximately 11.31 million is specifically allocated to projects and activities, primarily connected to country packages and initiatives supported through TWO. These funds are therefore tied to a specific reform projects and their respective approval and implementation requirements. Yes. The department itself remains responsible for an extremely broad portfolio, from economic policy, diversification to MSMEs, development, and transportation policy, to name a few. And this is particularly important because this department sits at the center of our efforts to broaden Sint Maarten's economic base. So if we're laying the tracks for growth, this is where we begin building our new routes, creating pathways into new industries, new investments, new opportunities beyond the economy we know today. Next, we have the Met. The Met office allocation increases modestly from approximately 1.89 million in 2025 to 2 million in 2026, an increase of 6.23%. Most of those increases is related to salary indexation, technical staffing, while material costs remain relatively stable and support the instruments and operational systems required by the department. But the Met is much more than weather forecasting. Its services is critical to aviation safety, maritime activities, tourism, and our national preparedness for severe weather and hurricanes. For an island whose economy depends heavily on people and goods moving safely by air, reliable Met information is part of the economic infrastructure. And as we lay the tracks for growth, this department helps us anticipate the conditions ahead, because every successful journey requires knowing what lies in the horizon. Next, we have the economic licenses. This increased by approximately 1.19 million in 2025 to 1.36 million in 2022, an increase of approximately 14%, driven almost entirely by personnel costs, including recruitment and step increases. Material costs remain unchanged, but the priority here is not simply the budget, it is the service delivery. For entrepreneurs and investors, a license can be the difference between an idea sitting on a paper and a business actually opening its doors. So long processing times, therefore, have real economic consequences. Our focus is on reducing existing backlog, improving processing times, and moving towards a greater automation of permitting process to ease the burden of the staff. Because if we are serious about laying the tracks for growth, we must also remove the administrative barriers that slow down the train. Next, Madam Chair Lady, is the inspection service allocation, which increased from approximately 6.34 million in 2024 to 8.3 million in 2026 guilders, which is approximately a 31% increase. A significant portion of this increase in this material cost, approximately 1.2 million, is related to projects and activities supported through TWO, rather than the department's regular operational expenditure. The department is particularly important in the economic environment I outlined earlier. As families face higher prices, increased pressures on their purchasing power, government must ensure that the price controls are respected, business operates within the law, and consumers are protected. Its responsibility also extends to economic compliance, gaming control audits, making effective inspection and enforcement essential to maintaining confidence and fairness in the marketplace. If we are laying the tracks for growth, the inspection of economic controls helps to ensure that everyone follows the rules of the railway, because a strong economy must not only move forward, it must move forward fairly. Now we have the Tourism Bureau, responsible for supporting and promoting the principle of our economy. Its total allocation for 2026 is approximately 5.9 million, down 3.66% from 2025. Personnel costs increased modestly due to indexation, while material costs declined primarily due to reduction in the marketing allocation. I want to put that into perspective. Tourism remains the industry upon which much of our employment, business activities, and government revenues ultimately depends on. Yet the resources available to market, strengthen, and further develop that product remain limited. That means we have to become more smarter and more targeted in how we spend, not simply pursuing visitors' numbers, but focusing on airlifts, source market diversification, measurable marketing returns, and increasingly the economic value each visitor brings to Sint Maarten. At the same time, we are preparing for the transition of the destination brand management towards the Sint Maarten Tourism Authority, which must ultimately provide a stronger and more sustainable structure for the destination management. Tourism has long been the locomotive pulling Sint Maarten's economy. Our responsibility now is not only to keep the locomotive strong, but to use the momentum to help pull industries and new opportunities onto the track. Then we have, Madam Chair Lady, the Department of Statistics. This sees a significant increase in its allocation from approximately 1.3 million guilders in 2025 to 2.29 million guilders in 2026, an increase of approximately 76.5%. This increase strengthened both personnel capacity and the department's ability to carry out critical statistical programs, including the household income and the expenditure survey, and the updating of our consumer price index basket. This is particularly important. If we are going to make better decisions on the cost of living, wages, employment, poverty, investment, and economic development, we need current and reliable data, not assumptions. The household income and expenditure survey will help us better understand what households are earning, and equally important, where the money is actually going. Updating the CPI basket will also give us a more accurate picture of the prices and expenses affecting people today. Because good economic policy begins with knowing where we are, where the pressures are, and whether the decisions we make are actually producing results. As we lay the tracks for growth, statistics gives us the signals and the information we need to know whether we're moving in the right direction. Madam Chair Lady, the allocation for civil aviation, maritime affairs increases from approximately 1.9 million guilders in 2025 to 2.63 million guilders in 2026, an increase of approximately 35.9%. The increase strengthens technical and regulatory capacity, including specialized expertise and the travel and certification requirements necessary to maintain compliance with IPKO and IMO international standards. For Sint Maarten, this is critical. We are an island economy, and our prosperity depends heavily on safe, reliable, international compliant access by air and sea. This department therefore helps safeguard two of the most important gateways into our economy, supporting aviation, cruise, cargo, maritime activity, and ultimately tourism and trade. Its priorities include maintaining international safety standards, strengthening ship registration, and ensuring effective regulations of our airspace and maritime sectors. As we lay the tracks for growth, civil aviation and maritime affairs help ensure that Sint Maarten remains safely, reliably connected to the world. Because our economic engine cannot move if gateways are not secured. Madam Chair Lady, TIAT is responsible for, this is over our country packages overview. TIAT is responsible for 3 measures under the country package, E6, H2, and A2. Parliament has already received a detailed project level breakdown in our written responses, so I'll focus here on what each measure is intended to accomplish. E6 is fundamentally about strengthening the business climate and diversifying our economy. Under E6, the projects and activities allocation increased significantly from approximately 108,000 in 2025 to 13.138 million in 2026. I want to emphasize again that this does not represent an additional 13 million available for TIAT's regular operation. It reflects the projected value of a specific reform and development initiatives being pursued through the country package. The focus is on licensing reform and digitization reducing administrative barriers, strengthening MSME support, investment promotion, and developing sectors capable of broadening our economic base. Individual projects remained subject to the applicable approval, funding, and implementation arrangements with TEREO and other relevant partners. Next, we have the H2, which is focusing on the reforming and modernizing of the gambling sector. The objective is to establish an effective regulatory framework through new gambling legislation and creating the Sint Maarten Gambling Authority. The technical groundwork and business case has been completed, and the focus is now on advancing the legislation process and preparing the institution framework required for implementation. Then lastly, we have A2, and this is about strengthening the foundation upon which good policy decisions are made, reliable and independent statistics. So following the peer review of the Department of Statistics, the focus is on legislative reform, strengthening institutional independence, improving access to and protection of data, implementing the recommendation necessary to improve the quality and reliability of our office statistics. Madam Chair Lady, the country package therefore gives TIAT something our regular operational budget cannot always provide: access to additional financing and specialized technical capacity to undertake structural reforms. But these funds come with a purpose. They are tied to a specific project, specific deliverables, and specific approval process. So when we see these amounts reflected in TIAT's budget, we should not interpret them as an additional spending room for the ministry. They are investments in reforms intended to help modernize the system and institutions upon which the next phase of our economy must be built. Next, we go over to the slide, legislative policies and institutional updates. Madam Chair Lady, members of Parliament raised several questions regarding the Ministry's legislative, policy, and institutional agenda. Detailed updates has been provided in our written responses, so I will not repeat each of them today. But what I want to demonstrate with this slide is that the scale and direction of this reform agenda currently is being advanced within TIAT. On the legislative and policy side, this includes cannabis regulation, public transportation reform, the strategic economic plan, the beach and vending policy, the residential economic policy, sports tourism, hosting and festival and events policy. At the same time, we are strengthening the institutional framework needed to support a more modern, diversified economy. This includes the Sint Maarten Tourism Authority, Agriculture, Livestock and Fishery Agency, EDC reform, Competition Authority, and Public Transportation Authority. These initiatives are at different stages of the development, and they will not all reach the finish line at the same time. Some require new amendment legislation, others require additional research, stakeholder consultation, financing, governance structures, or coordination with other ministries and institutions. And this is precisely why I have emphasized throughout this presentation that meaningful reform requires preparation before execution. Creating an authority is not simply about giving an institution a name. Passing legislation is not simply about getting a law through Parliament. We have to ensure that what we create can actually function, can be financed, and has the appropriate governance structure, and ultimately solves the problem it was designed to address. Where specialized capacity is not available internally, the ministry will continue to pursue appropriate technical assistance and partnerships to move these initiatives forward. Most importantly, Madam Chair, ladies, these are not disconnected projects. Together, they intend to modernize how we manage tourism, regulate transportation, develop agriculture, promote fair competition, support investment, and create the framework for new economic opportunities. In other words, we're not just simply trying to keep the existing economic train moving, we are laying regulatory and institutional tracks for where we want the train to go next. Capital expenditure overview. Madam Chair, lady, this slide is important because it shows the difference between operating the ministries today and investing in the infrastructure and systems we will need tomorrow. In the 2026 budget identifies approximately $26.5 million in TIAT-related capital investment across 6 initiatives. 2 large investments account for overwhelming majority of that amount. $50 million for the Clem LaBega Square project in Phillipsburg, and $9.5 million for the new Met and Civil Servant Aviation building. These are significant investments. The Clem LaBega Square project is not simply about improving a physical space in Phillipsburg. It forms part of a broader investment in our tourism infrastructure and revitalization of our capital. Similarly, the Met and Civil Aviation facility strengthens critical national infrastructure, supporting aviation safety, weather services, disaster preparedness, and our international obligation. But this capital program also begins investing in some of the structure changes we have been discussing, with $1.2 million for Agriculture, Livestock, and Fishery Agency, laying the institutional foundation for greater food security, and another area of economic development. We are investing in the continued expansion of the digital taxi dispatching platform, moving transportation toward a greater organization and digitalization. We are strengthening field enforcement capacity because regulation is only effective when government has the tools to enforce it. Madam Chair, lady, will also notice that the flagpole project appears on the slide as on hold, but this is because although government had prepared a preliminary concept and cost estimate in time for the budget submission, the discussion with the landowner family did not result into a formal agreement. Without that agreement, the project cannot proceed at this time. Madam Chair, lady, I also want to be clear about something. An amount appearing in the capital budget does not mean that the project can simply be completed overnight. Major capital projects require planning, design, procurement, financing, and legal and technical preparation, and in some cases, execution over more than one budget year. So our objective is not to rush the $26 million out of the door before December 31st, simply to demonstrate expenditure. Our objective is to move these projects as far as they can responsibly go, protect the funding allocated to them, and ensure that what we build delivers value long after this budget year has ended. Because if our operating budget keeps the economic engine running, capital investment is how we strengthen the engine and lay new tracks for where we want the economy to go next. Next, we have targeted revenue exploration measures. Madam Chair, lady, the ministry remains focused on how increased economic activities can contribute more meaningfully to the country's revenue base. The areas reflected on these slides are included deliberately because we do not want their absence from the 2026 budget to create an impression that they are absent from our policy discussion to work programs, our work program. Let me therefore manage expectations from the outset. These are not budgeted revenue measures, nor should the timelines presented be interpreted as firm implementation deadlines. They represent areas that the ministry is actively exploring and several cases already working on. For example, work on the hotel tax and the short-term accommodation framework, including Airbnb and other vacation rentals, has advanced to the drafting and internal review stage. We are also reviewing existing TIAT fees and leisures. Relevant fees have been identified, proposed adjustments are being considered, and a commitment has been established to review this process. Other opportunities being examined include hotel and tourism classification fees, tourism certification, aviation and air navigation fees, maritime fees, film and creative industry permits. However, as I stated in my introduction, reforms takes time. Some measures may be achievable within 6 to 12 months. Others require legislation, financial and economic analysis, institutional change, interministerial coordination, stakeholder consultation, and particularly close cooperation with the Ministry of Finance. The more complex aviation, maritime, and creative industry reforms will therefore require a longer pathway. We must also recognize that the foundation work that had to come, we must also recognize the foundational work that had to come first. Considerable effort has gone into cleaning up licensing registry, strengthening critical functions, and improving the ministry's existing licensing and administrative process. Before government introduces new obligation, it must ensure that it can properly administer and enforce the systems already in place. But the ministry's thinking cap is never off. Our objective is not simply to find new taxes or introduce additional charges. We're examining where the outdated systems can be modernized, where collections and compliance can be improved, and where growing areas of economic activities can generate a fair return for the country without unnecessary burdening of our economy. Because much of this work has not yet reached the stage of approval program, finalized implementation costs are reliable revenues projection, and we have deliberately not built these potential revenues into the 2026 budget. I believe that this is a responsible approach, but Parliament should know that the work and the conversations are taking place and that we're looking beyond this budget cycle. Madam Chair, Lady, the train is moving on today's tracks, but we are also already studying the routes that can take Sint Maarten further. Not every future destination appears in the current timeline, but that does not mean that the planning has to stop or has stopped. Madam Chair, Lady, as we conclude this debate, I want Parliament and the people of Sint Maarten to remember one central point. TIAT is where much of our economy moves. When a visitor books a room, an aircraft lands, a cruise ship enters our port, a business opens its doors, an entrepreneur receives a license, goods reach our shelves, or an investment creates employment, TIAT has a role somewhere in that economic chain. Our impact, therefore, cannot be measured only by the revenues collected directly by this ministry. It must also be measured by the economic activity, employment, investment, and government revenues that our work helps generate across the country. The numbers presented during this debate show that our economy is growing. Tourism remains strong. Arrivals are increasing, and increased hotel room and car rental tax collection demonstrate that the tourism activity is translating into additional revenues. But growth on paper is not enough. When inflation is 5.45% and families are paying more for electricity, fuel, transportation, and food, we cannot simply point to the GDP and declare victory. Economic growth must ultimately become economic opportunity, and the people must be able to feel it. That is the gap we're working to close. And we are doing so while TIAD carries the responsibility for tourism, economic development, and diversification, transportation, telecommunication, aviation, maritime affairs, statistics, licenses, agriculture, inspection, and consumer protection, with approximately 6.4% of that national budget, much of which is already committed to personnel, specific programs and reform. Yet, the work is moving. We are strengthening statistics and economic data. We are modernizing licenses. We are advancing transportation reform, consumer protection and fair competition. We are strengthening aviation, maritime, and telecommunication, and we are laying the legislative institution foundation for tourism management, agriculture, investment, and new areas of economic development. We are also examining how the economic activity taking place in Sint Maarten can contribute more fairly and sustainably to the country's revenue base. But I have deliberately avoided presenting explanatory ideas as approved policies or projected revenues. Preparation is not inactivity. Caution is not a lack of ambition. And refusing to promise what cannot responsibly be delivered can responsibly be delivered is accountability. That, Madam Chair, Lady, and members of Parliament, is what Forward by Design means. We have approximately 4 months remaining in this budget year. 4 months cannot reasonably produce 12 months of new execution, and I will not pretend otherwise. But 4 months can move legislation forward, 4 months can advance projects, 4 months can strengthen institutions, and 4 months can lay the foundation for 2027 and beyond, Madam Chair Lady. The little engine does not ask to be judged by its size. Judge it by the weight it carries, the ground it covers, and the value it creates. The hill remains steep, and the load remains heavy, but the engine is moving. The tracks are being laid, and the destination is clear. We are not moving forward by chance. We are moving Sint Maarten forward by design. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and I would like to also take this last opportunity to thank my TIAD team, my little engine movers, and looking forward for the questions.
Thank you, Minister Grisha Heilige-Martin, for the presentation of your ministry as it appears in the draft budget 2026. We continue with the ministers, and the next minister to give her presentation is the Minister of Justice, Minister Natalie Tacklin. Minister Tacklin, you have the floor.
Yes? Oh, sorry, it was green for a little bit, so I couldn't see it. Good afternoon. Honorable Chair Lady, honorable members of Parliament, once again, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Ministry of Justice's budget for 2026 and to set it beside the 2025 budget that Parliament approved. I want to do 3 things with the time that I have. First, show the members exactly what has changed between 2025 and 2026 and where the money sits. Second, be precise about what this ministry is obliged to do because our obligations run at 3 levels. There are international obligations that bind Sint Maarten, there are kingdom-level obligations that follow from various kingdom acts, and there are the obligations we owe our own people under our own national law. Members are entitled to see which parts of this budget are fixed and which parts are ours to choose. Third, set out what this ministry is doing in 2026, the work program with dates attached, and what full staffing of this ministry would cost. I will not read out every line of this budget. The budget book is before the members, and my staff and I are available for detail that the members of Parliament may require. What I want this House to leave with is a clear picture of what this money buys and what it does not yet buy, and what I will come back to report on. Briefly, how I have organized this. We begin with the ministry itself, what this budget actually runs, and then with what the budget consists of, because the composition explains more than the totals. From there, we will go department by department, very briefly. Section 3 sets out our obligations at 3 levels, international, kingdom, and local, and roughly 1 guilder in 8 is committed before this ministry actually makes a single choice. And I would rather show that plainly than have it discovered line by line. Section 4 is policy and delivery, the 6 strategic goals the budget memorandum assigns every non-personnel guilder against, and the work that does not pass through the budget at all, such as the crime fund and our partner-funded programs. Section 5 is people, which is, of course, the constraints of all of this. We close with what I am asking of Parliament. So, what this budget actually runs? Before any figures, honorable members, I want to say plainly what this budget pays for, because a justice budget is easy to read as a column of numbers and hard to read as an organization. The Ministry of Justice is not one service. It is 5 clusters of them. Police and investigation being the first. We see here KPSM and Landsverordening, the national detectives, patrol and response, criminal investigation, and the investigation of integrity offenses, including within government. A total of 36.2 million guilders, the largest single share in our budget. Detention and rehabilitation. This is the prison and house of detention. Custody, supervision, and rehabilitation and reintegration programming at 15.7 million guilders. The long-term work on probation services and our youth segment approach at the Miss Lally Center is actually being carried out through partner funding, and I will come to that in section 4. So you won't see it reflected in the budget in front of you. Borders and revenue, immigration and border protection, customs, and of course the Coast Guard. Who enters and stays, what crosses our ports, what duties we collect, and of course interdiction at sea. This is budgeted at 26.9 million guilders. The Prosecution Service and Judicial Affairs, Prosecutor's Office, the Attorney General's Office, these total 8.5 million guilders. Protection, integrity, and support. The Court of Guardianship, our financial intelligence function, the Staff Bureau, and the Cabinet, and of course our contributions to the Joint Court, the Council of Law Enforcement, and the subsidies that we pay our justice sector partners. This totals 26.4 million guilders. Those 5 add up to the whole budget of the Ministry of Justice, which is this year roughly 113.8 million guilders. The last line of the slide is more a memo. It's not a 6th service that we have within the ministry, and I want to be clear about this part. Of everything shown above, 13.8 million guilders is our kingdom obligations, the Joint Court of Justice, the Council of Law Enforcement, and our share of the Coast Guard and the Prosecution Service. It is spread across those rows rather than sitting in one place, so I have it set out at the bottom as an of which line, and again in full in section 3 of the presentation. I set the budget out this way because when members later hear about what a policy goal is at risk, I want it to be clear which of these services carry that policy risk. Then our budget at a glance. The ministry's budget for 2025 was 107.1 million guilders roughly. For 2026, it's 113.8 million guilders. This is an increase of 6.7 million guilders, or roughly 6.3%. I want to be straight with the members of Parliament about what this increase is and what it is not. It is, in its core, the rising cost of people and obligations that we already carry. Salary scale progression, pension, and social premiums on existing staff. And it's also a restructured recording of Coast Guard personnel costs. It's slight growth in our immigration and border protection, and of course, it's an annual increase and step up in our kingdom obligations. So it doesn't mean that we have 6.3% more capacity or more policy room, and I would rather say it here at the start and not have it be questioned later on. And the next slide will show why. What the budget consists of. This is the slide that I would ask the members of Parliament to hold on to, because it explains almost every argument that follows. Of the 113.8 million guilders in gross expenditure, 79.8 million guilders, which is 70.1% of our budget, is personnel cost. That is the salaries, pensions, and social premiums of the people already employed. It is not a policy choice available in this budget cycle. It is the cost of having a police force, a prison, a border service, a prosecution service, customs, etc. 15.6 million guilders of this total, which is 13.7%, is goods and services. 13.8 million, as I mentioned in the previous slide, 12.1%, are our kingdom obligations. And 4.6 million, roughly 4% of our budget, are subsidies that we extend. So the arithmetic runs like this. Take out the personnel, and 34 million guilders remains in our budget. Take out our kingdom obligations, which are fixed in law, and the subsidies, which are committed to partners delivering services on behalf of this government. Then what is genuinely available to this ministry to direct is about 15.6 million guilders in goods and services. And I say that not as a complaint, but to frame the context of the budget. When members ask why a strategic goal carries such a small figure, or why we look outside our budget for prevention work, that number is the answer. It is also why the Crime Fund and our partner-funded programs matter more than their size suggests. Then I want to turn briefly to our CapEx requests for 2026. Everything I've shown so far, so that total of 113.8 million, the personnel versus goods and services splits, is of course the ministry's ordinary operating budget. I want to now show Parliament a separate stream, the ministry's capital investment requests for 2026, draw from the department's multi-year equipment and infrastructure priority list. For 2026, departments have requested a total of 4.47 million guilders in new capital spending. Looking at where this 4.47 million goes, transport and equipment is the largest single category at just about half, which is around 2.2 million guilders, or 49.2%. This is largely vehicle replacement for police patrol vehicles under their multi-year mobility plan, plus vehicles for the Court of Guardianship, Immigration, the House of Detention, and the National Detectives. Several departments have flagged that their current vehicles' maintenance and repair costs have become uneconomical, which is the standard justification for these requests. ICT equipment is second at 1.41 million, approximately 31.6%. This includes, for example, a CCTV expansion for the police force to expand our camera systems, and new computers for immigration and border protection staff at our border posts. Then we also have an allocation of around 441,000 guilders for software investments across the justice chain. Other equipment is also budgeted at about 6.6%, and then we have some research and development at 2.7%. What is noticeable here, of course, that we don't see any new building construction or anything like that requested in 2026, but we do, of course, have the construction project ongoing for the prison, which is already fully funded from a construction standpoint and was taken up into previous governments and sits at around $53 million currently for the full project scope, which is partially funded by the country of Sint Maarten and partially by the kingdom of, or by the government of the Netherlands. Then, moving on, looking at our different departments and ranking the budgets between 2025 and 2026. The gold bars are 2026, and then the blue bars are 2025. The police force remains the single largest line in our budget, which is 32.8 million guilders in 2025, and it's risen to 33.6 million guilders, which is an increase of 2.2%. And I want to say that this is solely scale progression and cost of living adjustments. It does not buy a materially larger force or really allow us to do much more than what we're already doing. But I'll speak a little bit more about the police force and where we gain through partner funding. Our detention, or the prison, moves from 15.5 million guilders to 15.7 million guilders, up 1.1%. And for our immigration and border protection services, there's an increase of 7.6%, up from 13.4 million guilders to 14.4 million guilders. The consolidated line for other programs, subsidies, and advisory councils sits at around 13.2, which is essentially flat. The pattern is low single-digit growth across the front line, but I want to say that this is a maintenance budget with 2 exceptions, which I will go into on the following slide because I think that they deserve some separate attention and they will likely also elicit questions from the members of parliament. These are the notable shifts in our budget from Justice for 2026. And 5 of them stand out, but I think that 2 of them will be particularly interesting to the members of parliament. So I'll deal with them directly rather than have to wait for questions. For the Coast Guard, you will see that there's an increase of 161.7%, from 3.36 million guilders to 8.8 million guilders. But this is not that there's 3 times the amount of vessels for the Coast Guard or 3 times the amount of crew. I do not want Parliament to read it in this way. The bulk of it is that the personnel cost for the Coast Guard, so their salaries, pensions, social premiums, are now recorded directly under this chapter rather than netted or carried elsewhere. So it's really a difference in the way that this is being presented in our budget that is showing this increase. Alongside of this sits our contribution, of course, as I mentioned, under the Kingdom Act on the Coast Guard. And under Article 13 of the Rijkswet, the countries of the Kingdom contribute jointly to the operations of the Coast Guard. Sint Maarten's share under the allocation is set by formula in the Act itself. And it is 4% of actually a long-term investment plan that was established or that was approved by previous ministers of justice. And this is actually a long-term investment plan from 2019 to 2028, totaling 168 million euros, which is for 4% for Sint Maarten, an amount of 6.72 million euros spread over 8 years. So it means an additional contribution per year of 0.84 million euros at our 2020 price level. And this is additional to the annual operations of the Coast Guard. That commitment, as I mentioned, was entered into by a former Minister of Justice with the then Dutch Minister of Defense. And it's now, of course, recorded accurately within our budget. Then, of course, we see our Financial Intelligence Unit, the MOT, is actually a decrease of 44.4%. Their budget has gone from 3.14 million guilders to 1.74 million guilders. Most of that is actually a one-time projects and activities allocation that was close to 1.2 million guilders in 2025 that doesn't repeat. And it actually had to do with the on-sites and the mutual evaluation that was ongoing at that time. So I'm putting it here because I know that this jumps out and I don't want it to seem like we have drastically cut the FIU's budget because, of course, our anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing performance is assessed by our regional peers, and the consequences of a weak assessment are felt by every business and every household on this island through our correspondent banking. Then we have the Court of Guardianship, which has seen an increase of 19.7%, and it's gone up to 2.24 million guilders. And this is actually personnel cost growth and an increase in other social provisions, but we've also increased the contribution to foster care families this year quite significantly, while we're also carrying out studies with SOAB to actually look at the actual cost of foster care and what that stipend should be. So this is, I think, one of the increases that we're quite proud of as a ministry, that we were able to make this happen, and I'm sure that members of parliament will agree, and I know that there was a lot of discussion about this in the previous budget. Then we have the Attorney General's Office, the Parket PG, as we say in Dutch, which has an increase of 13.5%. And this, again, is driven by that kingdom contribution and what is determined by Rijkswet. For the minister and the cabinet, we've actually decreased our budget by 7.8%. We've lowered our advisory costs and our travel budget. And, we decided to take a reduction on our own overhead in order to accommodate other departments. Then, what the ministry is bound to do. Before we discuss what the ministry chooses to do, I want to be exact about what it is that we are obliged to do, because these 3 levels are often collapsed into one, but they're not the same thing. We have our international obligations. These bind Sint Maarten, and they're not a matter of preference. The standards on detention and on the treatment of people in custody that flow from the European Convention of Human Rights, the United Nations Conventions on Transnational Organized Crime, or corruption and on narcotic drugs, the rights of the child, and the international standards on money laundering and terrorist financing, on which we are assessed by our own regional peers. When we fall short of these, we are told so publicly in judgments against this country and in how the outside world prices doing business with us. Then we have our kingdom-level obligations. These follow from the various kingdom acts, those establishing the Joint Court of Justice, the Public Prosecutor's Office and the Attorney General, the Council for Law Enforcement, together with the Kingdom Act on the Coast Guard. They set Sint Maarten's share of institutions that the countries of the kingdom run together. I'm not presenting these as something that is done to us. Sint Maarten sits at the table where these agreements are set and where these budgets are set, and these institutions serve in our justice chain. But I am presenting them as fixed. Neither this ministry nor Parliament can redirect this money from the budget. Then we have our local obligations. These are the ones that our people feel. Our own national legislation requires this country to maintain a police force, a place of detention, control our borders, collection at our ports, protection for children at risk, a financial intelligence function, and an internal investigation capacity. It also requires us to give effect to the judgments of our own courts. When a sentence handed down here cannot be carried out, that is not an administrative matter. It is a promise to a victim that the country did not keep. I put that first among our local obligations, and I do not intend to argue with anyone who raises it. Then our kingdom contributions, just to see the slight changes that have happened here. I'll go through these quickly. The Joint Court of Justice for this year is up by 3.1%, but I caution Parliament to look out for Budget 2027 where it is an increase of 33%, which is having a very significant impact on our 2027 abilities as a Ministry of Justice. Then we also see a decrease in the public prosecutor of 14.4%, going from 1.15 million to 986,000 guilders. But we do, of course, then see an increase in the parquet PG, which is up by 20.6%. As I mentioned, we see a slight increase then if you look at the actual cost, not that recalculation. The Coast Guard budget is actually up by 12.1%, but if you look at it within the budget book, because of that different presentation, it looks like it's an increase of over 100%, but the actual number is 12.1. Then we have the Council for Law Enforcement. This contribution has remained flat over the years at 925,000 guilders. Of course, this is the entity that inspects this ministry and reports on it, and we fund the scrutiny that we receive. Together, in 2025, our kingdom contributions were 13.09 million. This year, they've gone up to 13.82 million, which is up by 5.6%. And again, this is roughly 12% of the ministry's budget. Then we go on to our 6 strategic policy goals for 2026. I now turn to the resources, from resources to policy, and what this budget is meant to deliver and whether it can be delivered. The budget memorandum assigns every non-personnel program to one of the 6 strategic policy goals. I won't read every line, as I said, because the members of Parliament have the budget book, but the shape matters because it shows where this ministry has room to act and where it does not. Goal number 1 is international cooperation with strategic partners, and it's one of our largest at 21.2 million guilders. But again, I want to say read that carefully because 13.8 million of that, 21.2, is again our kingdom obligations. And the balance covers our other cooperation and compliance obligations. So this section right here of that 21.2 is not actually something that is discretionary to the ministry, but really things that we're obligated to do. Goal number 2 is our shared responsibility for safety and justice. This is youth protection, foster care oversight, victim support, budgeted at 3.2 million guilders. Goal number 3, building a fairer and more effective justice system. This is an internal reform agenda, which is our staff placements, looking at digital case management systems, transparency. This is budgeted at 6.8 million guilders operational, plus another 2.8 million guilders in CapEx. Goal number 4 is strengthening of law enforcement and crime prevention, police training, financial crime, cyber capacity, law enforcement. Here, our policy part is at 1.5 million guilders, and it's one of the smallest allocations in the budget, but I think that this figure understates the effort that is actually taking place. So in this context, I wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that most of our police training is actually not funded through our local budget, but it actually is funded through our cooperation within the College van Korpschefs, where we receive money for the different police forces within the kingdom every year from the Ministry of Justice and Security in the Netherlands, and that actually finances most of the training that takes place within KPSM. So while this looks like a small number, a lot is happening outside of our national budget. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a different section. Goal 5 is modernizing our border security, customs, and immigration. This is our Ascuda custom system project that is ongoing, our border processing systems and different facility upgrades, which is budgeted at 2.7 million guilders operational, plus an additional 4 million guilders in CapEx. Goal number 6 is prison reform and reducing recidivism. And it carries an operational line that if you read the budget, you will question it, but it says 50,000 guilders within the budget. But that figure on its own would give a badly misleading impression of everything that is happening on this area. So I want to be sure to correct that. So the substantive investment sits elsewhere. When we look at the construction of the Point Blanche prison, as I mentioned previously, that is a capital investment project funded for a total of $53 million US. And approximately an additional $4 million US multi-year has been committed with the UNODC in order to work on the soft components around this. And besides that, we are also doing further work on our probation services and our youth segment approach for the Miss Lally Center, which is happening under the umbrella of our detention sector reform program. And this is being done through BZK funding that sits with the NRPB. So none of these things that I've just mentioned are actually passing through the national budget. So if you look at the budget, you will think that not much is happening when it comes to prison reform and reducing recidivism. But there's quite a lot happening outside the budget. Taken together, these 6 goals account for the entire 34 million guilders that I mentioned before. That is non-personnel budget. So there's overlap where one program serves more than one goal, but I think that the toelichting reconciles that. The point I want to make to the members of parliament is simple. There is no slack in our budget. Every operational guilder is already spoken for, which is why the work that sits outside the budget, which I will speak on the next slide, matters more than its size actually suggests. This is delivery outside of the national budget. If we judge the ministry only by the lines that are in the budget book, we would understate what is happening, and I would rather explain these myself first. So we have, of course, the crime fund. The fund was established by national ordinance in 2013, and it sits outside the national budget. Article 5, paragraph 1 requires the minister each year to lay before Parliament a policy plan indicating the projects eligible for financing alongside the operating budget. Parliament has asked for clarity on this fund for many years, and this is the first such policy plan, and it is before the members of Parliament today, and it was submitted as part of this budget. For 2026, the plan commits approximately 1.2 million guilders across 11 projects against a fund balance at the end of May 2026 of approximately 4.1 million guilders. The Court of Guardianship carries a total of 489,000 guilders, the largest single item being a 2-year pilot that is a HALT initiative, which is actually budgeted at 350,000 guilders. And then we also have some other projects which are equine therapy for minor offenders. We have Project SING with the NIPA, and we have an insurance and proper gear for minors that are carrying out community service. The ministry itself carries 529,000 guilders, which consists of the Kids at Sea Sailing and Maritime Certification, the Roll to Rise program in schools, Rhythm Against Crime, and 2 programs with the Ministry of VSA, Second Chance Builders for young men with records, and construction skills training tied to the infrastructure work coming in 2026 and further. The Public Prosecutor's Office carries an amount of 143,000 guilders for a project called Voices Over Violence, which is a youth gun violence intervention. Then we also have a small allocation for immigration and border protection, which is about 35 million guilders for training and certification in the area of, in this case, human trafficking, human smuggling. 35,000 guilders. I would ask the members to read this list against goal number 4, as you see it also in the explanatory memorandum. And the operational line for law enforcement and crime prevention that says 1.5 million guilders. The crime fund adds most of another 1.2 million guilders actually directed at the young people and upstream that are most at risk of sliding into crime. This is a deliberate choice, and it is where each guilder does the most good. Beyond the fund, on goal 4, as I mentioned, where the police force receives substantial additional support from the College van Korpschefs. I believe that the contribution for 2026 was around 4 million euros for the different countries, which they share together. And you won't find these, of course, reflected in the budget. On goal number 6, the rebuild of the prison, as I mentioned already, we see that 53 million for the construction, and then for now, $4 million committed multi-year for the soft components, which are our rehabilitation components, staffing, training, making sure that we are ready to move into that new facility. And again, we are very busy working on our youth segment approach to make sure that that is done actually for 2028, once the construction of the Point Blanche prison is fully completed, that then we can move on to our plans for the Miss Lally Center and our youth of the country. And all of those plans are being done through BZK funding. Then I did want to speak briefly on the crime fund itself and the governance. I've said that this crime fund policy that was submitted was the first of its kind, and I want to be equally direct about what it actually is that I submitted to Parliament. It is the beginning of what we would like to see the crime fund look like as a Ministry of Justice, and it's not a finished framework. The fund was established by national ordinance, and under that ordinance, the Minister of Justice manages it and approves the annual policy plan and the project allocations. The day-to-day administration is entrusted to the head of the Judicial Affairs Department within the ministry under the minister's supervision. Project proposals are evaluated by an appointed executive body, which then makes recommendations for approval. Every approved project is subject to formal engagement procedures, financial oversight, procurement requirements, and annual reporting under this country's accountability and procurement rules under the Landsverordening. And in order to carry out these tasks, we are currently looking at engaging a third party for oversight and to perform that function of evaluating proposals and making suggestions. So what we're building is a fuller governance framework and a handbook, and these are in development, and we intend for them to inform the 2027 policy plan, not in time for the 2027 budget, since that will be in the next few weeks if I listen to the Minister of Finance. But for the year 2027, since we are still busy engaging with a third party, and we want to professionalize the use of the fund and the governance of the fund. And what will be in that plan is the procedure for the submission of requests for funds, tendering, procurement, accounting, reporting, monitoring of how funds are spent. So I'm not going to claim that the framework is finished, but I'm telling Parliament that it is being built. Then how the fund will be sustained. There are 5 priorities for 2026, which is strengthening the fund's revenue base so that disbursements can be replenished and eligible projects can continue to be financed. We want to have clear and accessible criteria for submission, assessment, and approval so that organizations that have wanted a way to help finally have one. And professionalizing the administration of the fund, including drawing on specialized capacity for its management, oversight, and reporting. Setting out operations, financial accountability, and transparency in an operational manual. And communicating clearly and publicly about the fund and the projects it supports at no material cost to the fund itself. Public money carries a public duty, and Parliament and the people of Sint Maarten are entitled to see clearly how this fund is spent and what it achieves. And this plan is the first step toward that. Then the constraint that we have as a Ministry of Justice, and that is people. We have 591 of 1,096 approved posts are filled today. That is 54% of the establishment this ministry is approved to operate. If every post funded for recruitment in 2026 is successfully filled, and given vetting, screening, and training timelines, that is a real if. But then our occupancy would rise to 59%. It's not full strength, but to 59%. This year, we have budgeted 2.6 million guilders for recruitment, which is 53 FTEs within the ministry. And it's actually more than double of what we had in 2025 because we had 23 funded vacancies in 2025. So I don't want to undersell that we've actually made quite some progress in getting more funded vacancies. But we actually did the exercise of what it would cost in order to fill all vacancies within the Ministry of Justice. So, of course, deducting the amount that we have budgeted, which is that roughly 2.6%, if we wanted to fill all the additional posts within the Ministry of Justice, it would cost this country an additional 42.9 million guilders. That is what the full cost of the full formation of the Ministry of Justice would cost. And this is the thread running through everything that I've presented, because nearly every program behind the 6 strategic goals assumes people: financial crime and cyber investigators, border officers, rehabilitation staff, prosecutors, all of them who are not yet in post and will not be in post at the end of a successful recruitment year. So I would ask members that when they read this budget, to read it in this context. It is not principally a story about insufficient funding. The operational budget is fully committed. It is a story about execution capacity. And of course, I'm not asking Parliament to approve 42.9 million guilders to hire all of the workers within the Ministry of Justice, because I think that would be an unrealistic request given the fiscal position that the country is in. But I do want us to look at that gap and see how it could be costed, or if it's even realistic to expect that we would be able to fill all of these gaps, even if we did have 42.9 million guilders. But then, of course, what the gap means in practice. Public safety and detention. Every post not filled is a shift covered on overtime or not covered at all. And overtime is paid twice, once in guilders and once in fatigue. In detention, staffing determines supervision, the safety of officers and the people in our custody, and whether rehabilitation programs can be carried out at all. It also determines whether a sentence or our own court's hand down can actually be carried out. I take that finding seriously, and I do not intend to defend it. I intend to fix it, as we also mentioned in the previous slides and the plans that we have around this. When it comes to borders, revenue, and financial integrity, immigration and customs protect our security, and an inspection post not filled is a check not made. And this is not only a security question, it's a revenue collection question. Our financial intelligence function is assessed by our regional peers, and through them, by the correspondent banks, and every business and household here depends on those. Then, of course, the delivery of justice. The prosecutor's office, the attorney general, our courts turn investigation into outcome. When they're thin, cases age, pretrial detention lengthens, and the law loses its deterrent value. That cost lands on victims first, and on the officers who did the work upstream second. These are not 3 separate problems. They are one chain, and it is only as strong as its weakest link. Then I also want to talk a little bit, of course, about the always important item of where we stand currently in the placement process for our justice workers. We've set out the staffing gap and what it means in practice, but I want to close this section with a process that's a large part of that, and that has to do with the placement of our justice workers, and when those will be concluded and when they will be paid. For 2026, an amount of approximately 5.1 million guilders has been budgeted, and that same amount again in 2027. This is also in line with the agreements that were made by previous governments. So let me stand out then where we stand. With respect to phase 1, there are currently 15 active employees who have not yet received their national decree. In addition, 7 employees who resigned after January 1st, 2023 remain entitled to phase 1 placement. These will be consolidated into a single batch for processing, and it is the Ministry's intention to finalize those processes and submit them to the Ministry of Finance no later than the end of November 2026. Phase 2 commences after this budget has been handled. It is the validation of calculations for justice sector employees dating back to 2010, where applicable. We begin with the smaller departments and proceed to the larger ones. Each department reviews and validates its own calculations, supported by the Staff Bureau, and a dedicated project team will be established, which reports to the Secretary General on the progress of those validations. I have asked for a project dashboard, and I want to explain why. Sorry, Chair Lady, it's very distracting that people are talking the whole time, and I can't focus on my presentation.
Members, the Minister has indicated that the soft talking in the hall is disturbing her during her presentation. I would ask you to take that into consideration, please. As I have mentioned during several meetings, the little murmuring and talking, it comes through the system, the ear, actually, and it is louder than you might think it is. Minister Tacklin, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair Lady. So I'll start over again on phase 2 because I think it's important that the public is informed on about phase 2. As I said, phase 2 will commence after this budget is handled. And this process is the validation of calculations for justice sector employees dating back to 2010, where applicable per department. We will begin with the smaller departments and proceed to the larger ones. Each department will review and validate its own calculations, supported by the Staff Bureau, and a dedicated project team will be established, which reports to the Secretary General on the progress of those validations. I have asked the team for a project dashboard, and I will explain why. It is so that we can give our staff accurate figures rather than estimates, identify where the process is held up, and apply mitigating measures in time to meet the deadline that we have set for ourselves. And the deadline that we have set is the 15th of December, 2026. By the 30th of November, 2026, all calculations are anticipated to have been validated. A draft advice then goes to the relevant government departments, and once that process is completed and formally approved, the documentation will be expedited to the governor. On payment, I want to be straight with the members and with our workers. Payments are issued once the Department of Salaries and Wages, Loan and Salaris, receives the signed national decrees. And of course, that payment schedule will be in accordance with Article 4 of the addendum to the covenant that was signed between the CCSU and the Minister of Justice on the 14th of October, 2022. As Minister of Justice, I do not have direct authority over this step when it comes to the payments, but what I can do and what I will do is maintain close coordination with my colleagues across government and support every effort to see phase 2 completed on time and according to the agreements that are already in place. With respect to phase 3, this is our retired employees. This phase will commence upon the completion of phase 2. And the ministry anticipates that we will begin this process in the second quarter of 2027. But I will say that I'm not presenting Parliament with a firm date because, of course, this all depends on the completion of our process and our work with the Ministry of Finance and on ratification by the governor as well. But these are our current timelines, and they're also reflected over here in this slide. I do want to close this section with 2 commitments. First, that these matters are being addressed with the urgency that they deserve. The people affected have waited, and they are entitled to conclusion rather than mere reassurance. Second, that what we communicate to the unions and to affected employees will be accurate, complete, and based on the latest verified status. A figure given quickly and corrected later costs more confidence than a figure given properly the first time. Then, in closing, 5 points and then I will stop. The first one, the budget is 113.8 million guilders, up 6.3%. 7 guilders in every 10 are personnel costs, and most of the increase covers the people and obligations that we already carry. I have not presented this as an expansion, and I don't want Parliament to receive it as such. Second, 13.8 million guilders, around one guilder in every 8, follows from our various kingdom contributions. It funds our shared court, our prosecution service, our maritime interdiction, and the bodies that inspect us. It is fixed, and it is not available to redirect anywhere else within the ministry. Third, the 6 strategic goals assign essentially the whole 34 million non-personnel budget, and there is no slack in it. Alongside it, the Crime Fund commits approximately 1.2 million guilders to prevention work with young people and partner support. The College van Korpschefs provides our police training. UNODC is working on our soft components for the new Point Blanche prison, and the DSRP and BZK are helping us to fund our probation service work and our work on our youth segment at Miss Lally Center. The fourth, this budget funds 53 FTEs at 2.6 million guilders. Staffing the establishment in full would cost a total of 45.5 million guilders. But I'm not asking for that figure. I'm asking that we stop treating it as an annual surprise and that we start treating it as a phased plan of what we want to do with this country. The fifth is 3 asks: to approve this budget, to agree that we engage in some type of discussion on what our government apparatus should be looking like and what is realistic for us to expect as a country. Because if not, we can keep talking about that we need to hire thousands and thousands more people, but is it realistic? And that was it. Actually, it was 2. So there we go. And again, we will remain in communication with Parliament on how we are progressing within our budget. We're not requesting a blank check, and definitely, this is what we need realistically right now from a Ministry of Justice perspective. So we're asking for that budget to be approved, and of course for the context around that budget to be understood when that decision is being made. Then I would like to thank the Honourable Chair, the Honourable Members for their attention, because this concludes my presentation on the Ministry of Justice's budget for 2026. I look forward to the contributions of the members, and I will respond to the points raised when the Chair gives me the floor to reply to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Taklin, for your presentation on your ministry. You were expecting to meet the maximum time. I can tell you you're over, so we don't have the winner yet of the ministers who have stayed within their commitment of 30 minutes, so we still continue to see. We'll check the Prime Minister's report. We'll check that, Prime Minister, and you might, but members, we needed that a moment, and all bets seem to be on the next minister to speak in terms of time, so we'll see, Minister. I now give the floor, members, to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Minister Melissa Gums, for her presentation. Following the Minister's presentation, then we will take our break. So, Minister, you don't have to fly through it, but stay within your time, if at all possible. Minister Gums.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good evening to you, the Griffier, the members of Parliament, my colleague ministers, all staff joining us here in the Tribune, and those joining us online or via radio. Today I present the 2026 budget for the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. This budget and the policy priorities supporting it reflects the ministry's commitment to building a robust, streamlined and innovative Sint Maarten through investments in education reform, cultural and heritage protections, youth development, and the streamlining and professionalization of our sports sector. The total proposed budget for 2026 amounts to 125.97 million guilders. The vision of the Ministry of ECYS remains the same: to foster a robust, streamlined, and innovative Sint Maarten, where citizens are empowered to become confident, literate, critically thinking, and creative lifelong learners. Madam Chair Lady, locally, regionally, and globally, critical thinking, literacy, and intellectual discourse is under attack. We see it in the way societies interact with one another at every level: on the street, in our homes, our schools, our businesses, online, and even in our respective political arenas. As the most important ministry in any country, ECYS's vision is to begin shaping a Sint Maarten society where this is no longer the norm. While we approach the execution of this vision in the face of stark fiscal realities, we believe that through clear and transparent communication, strong financial management, and leveraging our kingdom, regional, and international relationships, we will strengthen educational foundations, reinforce cultural and heritage preservation, and enhance and professionalize our sports sector. As always, the mantra remains that the areas of education, culture, youth, and sport are and require a community effort. It belongs to all of us, it impacts all of us, so it can only be successful with all of us acting in good faith. The mission of the ministry and its execution will be further supported by evidence-based policy development and timely, concise, and resolute decision-making. The intention is to support lifelong learning, lessen insecurities in our cultural identity, inclusive and true youth engagement, and competitive sports development while ensuring equal opportunities and access for all residents. Human capital development in a manner and form that is suitable for the world of today and the coming world of tomorrow remains the most critical foundational stone for national growth and adaptability. And the truth is, Madam Chair Lady, we are far behind. The Caribbean region as a whole is 20 years behind the global north when it comes to crafting an environment where human capital is digitally literate, consistently learning, and able to face an ever-evolving world. This requires us to recognize and embrace the reality that persons, whether young children, adolescents, or adults, are no longer learning or developing under the same methodologies that previous generations thrived under. The 2026 MECI's budget totals 125.97 million guilders, representing a slight increase of 3.51 million guilders, or 2.87% over the 2025 budget. This increase is primarily driven by matters such as indexation and vacation pay adjustments for teachers and MECI's personnel. Thereafter, investments have been earmarked for culture, education innovation, youth development programs, and externally funded projects supported through TWO, UNESCO, the Slavery Memorial Fund, and the Sint Maarten Trust Fund. Alongside strengthening lifelong learning, the ministry will continue its focus on improving education governance, supporting the modernization of education infrastructure, encouraging and incorporating youth participation and advocacy into its policy development, supporting the preservation and, where possible, the restoration of our cultural heritage, improving institutional efficiency, professionalizing our sports sector, and supporting sports development and innovation. A significant focus is the development of artificial intelligence and STEAM education to prepare our students for current and future opportunities. Education remains the largest area of investment, with a budget of 77.5 million guilders, but it must be noted that this is predominantly due to subsidized education. Public education follows with a budget of 22 million guilders. Culture, youth, sports, and study financing continue to receive dedicated support to ensure balanced development across all sectors under the ministry's mandate. As minister, I am fully aware that to many, it may seem as though there is not enough allocated to, in particular, culture and sports. I agree, to an extent. These departments are policy departments. Thus, executionary funding should be funneled towards bodies that are mandated by government to do just that: execute the policies developed by these departments. These mandated entities would then be able to do what government cannot: leverage private sector and fund agency relationships, both foreign and domestic, for additional funding. For example, the revitalization of the Sint Maarten Sports Federation under its current board is a solid example of bringing our sports sector back on track with a structured, professional, and streamlined approach to executing the country's sports policies. Some major budget changes that I would like to point out. As you can see, the most significant increase is within the culture department, which grows by 111%. However, It must be noted that this is predominantly due to the $5.3 million fund related to the Dutch government's slavery remembrance funding. This increase therefore notes the provisions for that fund, which will be paid out as it comes in to the Sint Maarten Development Fund, SMDF, who has been designated as the fund and project manager for these monies. Therefore, it does not form any part of the Culture Department's actual available budget for the execution of their tasks. Staff Bureau increases by 39%, while Education Innovation grows by 29%. The increase in the Staff Bureau budget is primarily attributable to the additional technical support required to advance various ministry objectives, as well as the implementation of projects and activities funded under UNESCO-related programs. Youth Affairs increases by almost 14%, and study financing grows by 11%. These increases reflect real strategic priorities and targeted investments in national development initiatives. For an education sector overview, that's when you detect ministry. As mentioned previously, education continues to represent the ministry's largest and most significant responsibility. Outside of the 71,050,749 guilders spent on subsidized education, the remaining 6,449,251 guilders allocated for 2026 will have to support education reform, access to quality education, student transportation, higher education opportunities, and the continued strengthening of learning outcomes throughout Sint Maarten. This remaining amount does not account for salaries within the Department of Education, so in truth, the funds earmarked for supporting these initiatives is lower. I would like to provide some additional education budget insights. Alongside heavily funding subsidized education, school transportation remains fully funded at 3.5 million guilders. And I'd like also to point out, we've provided, since I'm often asked this question, what education subsidy accounts for, and I will go further into detail of that in a few moments. So personnel costs. This includes the salaries of principals, teachers, and other staff, including salaries and applicable allowances, benefits and reimbursements, bonuses and gratifications, pension contributions, and legally required premiums. There's also professional development training and recruitment costs, as well as board, management, and administrative personnel costs. The calculation also provides funding for other functions associated with the relevant school type, such as school social workers, classroom assistants, and ICT innovation coordinators. There are provisions for student care and support, provisions for school buildings and premises, including purchasing, establishing, renovating, rebuilding, and expanding school buildings. There's costs associated with acquiring land, changes to the layout of fitting out of school buildings, certain building restoration costs, acquisition and development of educational grounds, and rent and use of school buildings, classrooms, and grounds, and leasehold or other limited property rights. School furniture, materials, and supplies, so replacement of school furniture, teacher learning aids, school materials and supplies, and office materials. And that accompanying methodology provides a 5% annual amount for inventory and replacement costs. Utilities and day-to-day operations. Structural funding also covers operating costs such as electricity, gas, water, internet, telephone, cleaning of school buildings and classrooms, maintenance of premises and grounds, and administrative costs. School activities and transportation, a standard 48 guilder per student allocation for school activities and associated transportation such as school trips. Professional development, a fixed annual amount of 180 guilders per employee for professional development or NASCOLing. School board administration, funding per school board for 3 functions related to governance, management, and admin, a board management manager, personnel officer, and financial officer, and other expenditures necessary to provide education. Other operations related to the ministry are also taken up in the balances that I shared earlier. And school transportation that I mentioned, which is managed in collaboration with the Ministry of TIAT, accounts for 4.5% of the budget. And additional projects as well that are budgeted for the year 2026. And law faculty support, there are significant legislative products that need to be developed within the Department of Education. For example, the previously approved Higher Education Ordinance and the pending Education Supervision Ordinance. I wanted to give some insight. Okay. I wanted to give some insight as well into How we have allocated funding. This is a question we often get, so I decided to put it into my presentation to share with the members of parliament and the public as well. Public education, as you can see, approximately 22 million guilders. The Foundation for Catholic Education for 2026, 15.2 million guilders, about 90% of our subsidy budget. SFOBA, which is MPC and Sundial, 18 million guilders. FAVA, which is St. Maarten Academy and Academy VBC, 11.2 million guilders. The Foundation for Protestant Christian Education, the Hillside Christian Schools, 5.7 million guilders. The MAC Methodist Agogic Center, 9.6 million guilders. The Seventh-day Adventist School, 3 million guilders. The University of Sint Maarten, 2 million guilders. The National Institute for Professional Advancement, NIPA, 3.7 million guilders. And the Charlotte Brookson Academy, 2.2 million guilders for 2026. I just wanted to provide the individual funding amounts for these entities within the education sector, including public education, to frame how the bulk of the ministry's budget is already allocated, leaving, as many have said before me, little wiggle room. For Culture Department growth, as I mentioned, it experiences the largest growth in the ministry's budget, but this increase to 6.25 million guilders is driven largely by the Action Agenda Slavery Past initiative, while maintaining support for heritage preservation, cultural development, UNESCO activities, and creative industries. If we delve a little further into the culture program, key investments include the Action Agenda, as I mentioned, heritage preservation, youth dance promotion, national cultural activities, and UNESCO-related programs. These investments contribute directly to nation building and strengthening our cultural identity. Yesterday, Madam Chair Lady, the Ministry signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the St. Maarten Development Fund for the management of the funds, as well as the planning and execution of all 9 projects listed under the Action Agenda, titled under the program name Future Roots. They are National Curriculum Development for the History of St. Maarten, Monument Remapping, Beautification, and Digital Infrastructure, Upgrading the Philipsburg Cultural Center, a Heritage Scholarship Program, Genealogical Research for Descendants of Slavery, Upgrading John Lamini Center, Upgrading CIMARC and museum staff, and developing books and audiovisual material history of St. Maarten. The first 2 tranches, totaling $1.9 million, have already been transferred to SMDF, and project mapping is expected to begin soon. Future tranches will also go through this internal process. These funds represent the most significant investment in the development and preservation of our culture and heritage sector ever. As a fund management body, the St. Maarten Development Fund has acted in this capacity for the government of St. Maarten on previous projects related to other ministries, hence a decision by the Ministry and the Department of Culture to collaborate with them on these significant cultural initiatives. Looking at youth development priorities, the youth department budget increases to 3.31 million guilders. The focus remains on empowering young people through youth engagement policies, rights-based programs, community initiatives, and opportunities to promote resilience, leadership, and positive social development. The 2026 budget also includes funding for Rights of the Child initiatives, early childhood development, youth participation programs, positive action activities, and youth development interventions. These programs aim to build responsible, engaged, and resilient young citizens. Supporting these initiatives by the Department of Youth is the Positive Parenting Support Program, which was launched in 2024 and is the result of a collaboration between UNICEF Netherlands and the government of St. Maarten. I believe it is important to mention this program, Madam Chair Lady, because ultimately, the work of the Department of Youth cannot be considered successful without open-minded support from parents, guardians, and indeed other adult figures in our society. Youth participation and advocacy is only authentic and impactful when we create an environment that fosters their active participation and decision-making. We must actively listen to, consider, and incorporate their input into policy development across ministries, but starting with this one. That is how we make them more than contributors. We make them co-creators, and that is true meaningful youth participation and true meaningful nation building. Looking at sports development, while the sports budget remains relatively stable at approximately 2.9 million guilders, resources continue to support sports infrastructure, national teams, school sports programs, and healthy living initiatives. Sports remain an important tool for youth development, well-being, and national pride. Sports investments. Major allocations support sports facility management, school sports activities, national team development, Olympic preparation, and international participation. Maybe you put on my teacher voice. Shh. These investments help create opportunities for athletes while strengthening Sint Maarten's regional and international sporting presence. Supporting the work of the Department of Sports are the tasks mandated to the National Sports Institute and the Sint Maarten Sports Federation. NSI is tasked with managing, maintaining, and developing government-owned sports facilities. These include Raoul Illich Sports Complex, Melford Hazel Complex, including tennis and basketball court, LB Scott Sports Auditorium, John Cooper Jose Lake Ballpark and basketball court, Belvedere Sport Complex, including Cruyff Court, Boardwalk Sports Park, and the St. Peter, Simpson Bay, K Bay, Cole Bay, and Dutch Quarter community basketball courts. Moving on to study financing and student support. Study financing increases by 11% due primarily to rising scholarship costs, particularly for students studying in the United States. Scholarship and grant funding totals 3.5 million guilders. Student support services also increases, ensuring that learners receive the academic, psychosocial, and career guidance necessary for success. Moving over to education, innovation, and digital transformation. Education innovation receives a 29% increase and comes to 1.84 million guilders. Key priorities include innovation projects, digital learning initiatives, education on the move, monitoring and evaluation systems, and future-focused policies related to AI and STEAM education. AI and STEAM education policies are being developed in collaboration with UNESCO, and we are currently in the process of conducting stakeholder consultations to ensure that the policy framework is as holistic as possible. At the same time, the policy will look at limiting screen time for, in particular, very young children. While this may sound oxymoronic, it's important to note that numerous studies show the negative impact of exposing children to screens at a very young age for prolonged periods of time. This is an important distinction to make. Screen time is not inherently bad. Unsupervised and constant screen time without the inclusion of physical movement and play is. When we look at STEAM education, I've said before that it is not about the devices or the screens. STEAM actually requires a focus on developing and applying fine motor skills towards new methodologies of learning. So the work of the Ministry of ECYS is therefore not to police AI in STEAM. It is about managing it through guidance, using international standards that take healthy approaches towards the use and incorporation of technology into educational spaces. As stakeholder consultations continue and conclude, the Division of Education Innovation will provide updates to the public on the policy's progress. If we look at personnel and capacity building, Madam Chair Lady, personnel costs increased by approximately 5.5% to 31.45 million guilders, primarily due to indexation, but additionally with budget allocation for critical vacancies. The ministry, like most, currently has 347 positions possible, of which 281 are filled, resulting in an overall occupancy rate of 81%. Strengthening staffing capacity remains essential for effective implementation of reforms and service delivery. To support this capacity building initiative, the ministry has engaged an HR consultant to focus on critical vacancies and pending personnel matters. As you can see, Madam Chair, the allocation of our budget, our composition, 25% of the ministry's budget is allocated to personnel costs and 75% is dedicated to material costs, with the largest expenditure remaining education subsidies, projects and activities, school transportation, and scholarships. The ministry is not without risks, as others have pointed out. Some of the key challenges facing ECYS are staffing shortages, including recruitment of public education teachers, budgetary pressures within youth and sports, and inflationary impacts on reconstruction projects and procurement in, for example, public education. To mitigate these risks, the ministry will continue strengthening monitoring and evaluation systems, implement performance management frameworks, and improve financial planning and oversight. I just wanted to touch on some major projects within ECYS, first starting with the Sint Maarten Trust Fund. ECYS has several projects related to the Sint Maarten Trust Fund, and over the last year and a half, considerable progress has been booked on these projects, in particular those related to construction. I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank Division Head of Education Innovation, Ms. Aurélie Boyrad, as our Trust Fund focal point, and all those within the ministry who have collaborated on these projects for their work in bringing them this far. The projects under the Trust Fund fall under two programs, ERP1 and FRLP. Under ERP1, which originally addressed classroom repair at our schools, it will now move into repairing and upgrading physical education spaces. That includes the demolition of MPC's old gym and the construction of its replacement gym, the reconstruction of Sundial's gym, Prince William Alexander's gym being reconstructed, the Asha Stevens Hillside Christian School gym, Helmick Snyder's Hillside Christian School, the Seventh-day Adventist School, Sint Maarten Academy, Academy VBC, Sister Magda Primary School, Sister Regina, and the MAC BFM campus. For sports and community facilities that are going to be repaired under this program, we have the K-Bay District Sport Court, Cole Bay, Simpson Bay, the Rupert Maynard Community Center Sport Court, South Reward District Sport Court, as well as the Phillipsburg Cultural Center, John Lamini Center, the Johan Cruyff Sports Court and Stadium, Melford Hazel Sports Facility, and John Cooper Jose Lake Ballpark. The full scope of work should be completed by September-October 2027. However, we will see deliveries of mainly the community basketball courts already from October onwards. Under FRLP, we have the Sint Maarten Library, with mobilization to begin with in the coming weeks, the Sister Marie Laurence Primary School, foundation slab placement being completed and then upwards mobility coming thereafter, Charles Leopold Bell School approaching the finalization of its tender results, the Ministry Management Information System with UI and UX designs currently being discussed with ministry stakeholders, and the Teacher Web Training Platform, which is now in the process of planning a testing session with teachers across public and subsidized education. TWO projects funded within the ministry were initially grounded in a comprehensive assessment of the education system as a whole. This assessment identified key challenges and resulted in a set of recommendations. These were then used to define priority areas and develop specific projects. These projects include, among others, the modernization of crucial legislation within MECIS, such as the Higher Education Ordinance, the National Decree on Study Financing, the National Decrees for Higher Education Funding and Accreditation, the building of a reliable and sustainable data registration system, MMIS, and relevant reforms on pre-primary, early childhood curriculum, primary FBE curriculum, and vocational education. A key focus within the country package is strengthening the alignment between the education sector and the labor market, in close collaboration with educational institutions and employers. To support this objective, a labor market and education working conference was held in Sint Maarten in 2025. Following this, a plan of approach for vocational education reforms was developed and approved. These are scheduled to commence in the final quarter of 2026. Another ongoing project are the reforms of the early childhood curriculum. This has already commenced with a first draft of the new curriculum for children aged 0 to 4, currently under development and in the consultation phase. And then the HVAC project at LB Scott Sports Auditorium, which is being executed in collaboration with the Ministry of TEAT. Due to the previously selected company being unable to deliver required documentation, the decision was made early last month to pivot to the second best company from the tender process. This contractor is in the process of delivering necessary documents and an updated timeline planning for that project, and I will inform the public and Parliament about that once we receive them. Conclusion and the way forward. Madam Chair Lady, the ECYS 2026 budget reflects a balanced approach that supports operational demands while advancing strategic priorities. Through targeted, well-managed investments in education, culture, youth, sports, and innovation, the Ministry remains committed to building a robust, inclusive, knowledge-based, and active Sint Maarten. While we continue, like our colleague ministries, to operate under fiscal constraints, the Ministry remains committed to rapidly advancing and leveraging those programs and projects being funded externally to ensure that every available financial resource is properly and effectively deployed. But, and I'll conclude my presentation with this, the Ministry cannot do it alone. You often hear and read, but I pay taxes, so government has to take care of this. And those people are right. But the reality is, financial investment carries you so far. There is no ministry anywhere in the world that successfully executes their task with simply the investment of taxpayer money. This is a message that is true for every aspect of this Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport. When we talk about successful education, culture, and sport in other countries, we cannot simply look at the ministry or even just the minister. We must look at the efforts of the community as a whole and how its effort matches or even exceeds this ministry's facilitation of the right environment for growth. Parents being involved in their children's lives and pushing them to be better than they were so they can go further, faster, and stronger. Family members backing up that parental involvement with consistency and care. Aunties, uncles, siblings, and cousins, fake cousins like we have in Sint Maarten, all have a role to play. NGOs and nonprofits to collaborate, cooperate, and engage where they can and maximize the impact of the resources that are available. Sport associations and their memberships for realizing that membership dues are a thing and that the investment of adult athletes will always be critical for the success of youth sports programs. government departments, and the Chamber of Commerce for being more thoughtful about the types of businesses trying to open on Sint Maarten and where we allow them to open. We cannot complain about students falling into alcohol and other vices when we plop bars and lottery booths right in front of where they spend the most time in their day. Business owners, to recognize that you can't cry about the quality of the worker without acknowledging the role you have to play in that outcome, from parental time off for school meetings and report card nights. Workers in our private sector, like bartenders knowing not to serve alcohol to minors. The streets, for knowing not to sell their wares to children and teenagers. Once upon a time, you all had a code. Find it again. Churches, for being less about fear and restriction and more about inclusion and understanding. Educators, school managers, boards, for being open to learning and to meeting students where they are and not imposing personal biases on where, who, or what you think they should be. And of course, the students themselves. Everything I just said has been informed by your questions, concerns, and complaints to me. And so my last message is to you. Grow into advocacy for yourself and your community. If something bothers you, speak up about it. Too many times young people share experiences and realities that we then sweep under the rug. If it is to be fixed, it must be dragged into the light. Very often, as many of you have pointed out to me, you feel you live in a Sint Maarten that talks about you, campaigns on you, but doesn't actually listen to you. So be loud, be expressive. Show up for yourselves before you show up for any of us. And with that, Madam Chair Lady, I conclude my presentation today and await the questions of the members of Parliament. Did I win?
Hold on. Hold on, the results are not in yet. We do have, I can say the Prime Minister was under 30 minutes, but with 1 minute. With the Minister of Finance, we are still doing some calculations because your presentation was very long, so we're calculating the time spent on your ministry. And the Minister of ECYS, she just hit 27 minutes. So far, so good. We continue. But before we continue, we'll now break until 6:30 p.m. This meeting is adjourned until 6:30 p.m. Members of Parliament, members of the Council of Ministers, support staffs, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back to the continuation of this public meeting handling the draft national ordinance regulating the budget for the country, St. Maarten. Today, Thursday, we started this meeting with presentations by the ministers regarding their ministries in the budget. We started with an overall presentation by the Minister of Finance, followed by every minister giving their ministry's budget presentation. We reach now to the next minister to give his presentation. We are at the Minister for Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Minister Claret Connor, who I will give the floor to make his presentation after welcoming him to this hall of Parliament, to Parliament, and in your position as Minister. Welcome, Minister Connor, and much success in your job going forward on behalf of the people of St. Maarten. And in terms of time, you have a record of 27 minutes to beat. So, Minister Claret Connor, you have the floor.
Madam Chair Lady, thank you very much. I feel very confident knowing that it's 27 minutes that is ahead of me. First of all, let me say good evening to you, Madam Chair, the honorable members of Parliament, those seated in the tribune, the important civil servants of government, the general public listening via various mediums. Madam Chair, in my capacity as Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, I present the policy-based budget for this ministry for 2026. Madam Chair, this budget is about the people. It is about the health of our community. It is about protecting those who are most vulnerable. It is about creating opportunities for the people to participate and contribute in society. And it is about ensuring that the services our people depend on are there when they need them. The Ministry of Versailles carries a broad and important responsibility. Every day, our people rely on the work of this ministry. They rely on our health care system. They rely on social protection. They rely on our labor institutions. They rely on us to protect public health and respond when people are in need. And that responsibility, Madam Chair, comes with a duty. A duty to serve, a duty to protect, and a duty to use the resources entrusted to us wisely. We must also be honest about the environment in which we are operating. The needs of our people continue to grow. The demands on our services continue to increase, and our fiscal space remains quite limited. This means that we cannot do everything at once. We must make choices, we must set priorities, and we must ensure that every investment has a purpose. The 2026 budget, therefore, seeks to strike a balance between continuity and change. We will protect essential services. We will continue supporting those who need assistance. We will invest in prevention, access to care, employability, and community resilience. And we will continue the reforms needed to strengthen our systems and our institutions. At the same time, we recognize that the resources available do not fully cover the breadth of our mandate. That reality does not lessen the responsibility. It makes responsible leadership even more important. I would also like to recognize my team, as mentioned by my colleagues, of the Ministry of Versailles, who have found ways to work smarter with limited capacity and increasing demands, confounded by external shocks we have experienced and continue to experience. I thank you for your continued commitment and contribution. As incoming minister, I acknowledge the sacrifices made thus far and will work together with you to find creative ways to overcome the challenges we face today. The work reflected in this budget would not be possible without your continued dedication. Our objectives remain clear. We are investing in people via social development programs. We are strengthening protection through collective preventative services, and we are strengthening our labor force with employability workshops and our career expo. Because ultimately, for VERSA, this budget is not about numbers, but it is, as I mentioned before, about people. It is about the quality of services we want to provide and the kind of Sint Maarten we want to leave for the generations that follow. So, Madam Chair, as I turn to the presentation before us this evening, I will take this House through our priorities across public health, social development, and labor, the resources available to us, and how we intend to use those resources to continue to serve the people of Sint Maarten. And I'll keep it structured so that you can follow the numbers, the policy direction, and reforms we are pursuing. Let's start with the big picture. Our budget to 2026 is just under 109 million guilders, an increase of about 12% when compared to 2025. The core message here is continuity. We are safeguarding essential services while investing in reform, prevention, health access, and employability. We continue executing the country package reform projects alongside our regular operations. Our focus stays on vulnerable groups, service quality, and building institutional capacity. Our identity is anchored in a clear vision and mission, and that is empowering our employees to reach their full potential to serve the community with passion and compassion, while delivering quality products and services that meet the needs of the population, safeguard basic necessities, and promote a safe and healthy Sint Maarten. Our strategic objective sit in 3 pillars: public health, social development, and labor. On public health, we are working to improve access to care, raise emergency medical services awareness, reduce disease prevalence, strengthen data collection, and improve quality and safety of care. On social development, the focus is on improving access to service, reducing socioeconomic burdens, and strengthening disaster preparedness and response. On labor, we are improving job placement, strengthening labor relations, and raising employability for those who are now receiving assistance. As Minister, Madam Chair, I want to raise the standard of our service output. Those objectives align with the governing program, the National Development Vision, and our reform agenda. Here are the headline numbers broken down into personnel cost and material costs. Personnel cost amounts to 55 million, right under 56 million guilders, and an increase of 2.6%, mainly driven by filling the vacancies and the need to maintain service capacity. Material cost amounts to 52,966,000, representing an increase of approximately 24%. When the external funding, however, is excluded, the ministry's material cost budget amounts to approximately 41 million guilders, which would then reflect a 4.2% decrease in material costs compared to 2025. The major components of the personnel costs are gross salaries, pensions, social security, and health insurance. The health coverage, specifically OZR, represents the funding of the medical coverage of civil servants, which should be transferred to SZV. At 38.8 million guilders, this is the largest single component of our personnel cost. We also have 413,000 set aside for third-party hiring to support critical needs where in-house capacity is constrained. For the 2026 budget, Madam Chair, the ministry budgeted for 3 vacancies totaling approximately 297,000 guilders. While these positions will provide some additional support, they are definitely not sufficient to address all of the capacity gaps across this ministry. Material costs for 2026 amounts to right under 53 million guilders. The largest component is medical assistance, totaling 22 million, followed by social assistance at 8.2 million, and this social assistance is directly supporting the households. Accounting, advisory services, and service level agreements, SLAs, amounts to 11.4 million, and a large link, and this is linked to the ongoing reforms. Over these expenditures support both the ministry's day-to-day operations, and the implementation of its policy priorities and reform agenda. What does this mean in practice? The majority of our material costs is already committed to essential assistance and legal obligations. This slide represents the same information as the previous slide, but in percentages. And the members of Parliament can follow the percentages there on this slide. As we move to the next slide, this brings us to our policy priorities, starting with public health. Our health policy framework rests on 4 pillars. First, access and prevention, such as improving access to care and running disease prevention and emergency medical services, EMS, awareness campaigns. Second, the key initiatives such as mental health legislation, non-communicable disease and communicable disease awareness, immunization, and other prevention programs. Third, quality and safety such as inspections, training, ambulance staff certification, and event policy development. Fourth, capital investment such as vehicles and equipment for the ambulance services, CPS field capacity, and public health inspectorate. Together, this is prevention, regulation, and service improvement working as one. On social development, our priorities are vulnerable groups, resilience, and inclusion. We're improving access to social services, reducing socioeconomic burdens, and strengthening the community. Programs and partnerships include the social register system for empowerment and case management, plus subsidies for councils, shelters, youth, senior, homelessness, and parenting. Community engagement covers gender, reporting, and outreach initiative. And disaster preparedness is anchored in ESF 7, which annual training and emergency response services, response exercises. Our objective is not only to provide assistance when people find themselves in difficulty, but also to strengthen the systems that help people regain stability, participate in society, and where possible become more reliant. Our labor framework has 3 pillars: job placement, such as matching workers to roles through better service and tools, including the NESC job portal and labor market data use. Labor relations, such as improving dialogue, compliance, and legal support, which includes the recruitment of a permit officer. Employability, such as equipment assistance recipients for labor market through workshops, training, and career expose. Ultimately, behind our labor policies are people who want the opportunity to work, provide for their families, and contribute to the development of Sint Maarten. Reforms remains integral to this budget under the Sint Maarten Country Package. These reforms intend to strengthen resilience, social security, and sustainable development and the systems through which government delivers services. Examples include reforms within healthcare, social protection, labor market development, and integrated work and residence permit procedures. Advisory and support tied to the TWO projects is an important component of this budget. The goal is to improve and modernize our systems so that public services are easier to access, more responsive to people's needs, and reach the people they are intended to serve with few barriers as possible. Capital investment totals just under 1.2 million guilders. This investment is shared between securing vehicles for the entire ministry, roughly 931,000, and for disaster response, 258,000 guilders. These investments directly support operations outreach, inspections, and emergency response. This ministry, Madam Chair, has a broad responsibility to meet the needs of our population, while demand for medical assistance, social protection, workforce support continues to grow. At the same time, however, fiscal space remains limited, as mentioned earlier, and we continue to address vacancies and strengthen the capacity needed to deliver ongoing reforms. The 2026 budget, Madam Chair, allows us to protect essential services and advance key priorities, but the resources available do not fully cover the breadth of our mandate. This means we must make deliberate choices, prioritize essential services, improving efficiency, and finding creative ways to meet the needs of our people within the resources available. Members of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, the challenges before us are real. The needs of our population continue to grow, while financial and human resources remains a challenge. We will therefore have to make choices, set priorities, and find better and more efficient ways of delivering the services entrusted to us. But limited resources should not limit our ambition for adequate care for the people of our country. This budget, with the resources that have been afforded to this ministry, allows us to protect essential services while continuing important reforms in healthcare, as mentioned, social protection, and the labor market. From these reforms, we will take time to deliver their full results, but each step brings us closer to systems that are more accessible, more responsive, and better able to meet the needs of our people. I would once again like to thank the team of the Ministry of VSA for their continued dedication. You are the ones who translate policies, legislation, and budget allocations into actual services for the people of Sint Maarten, and their sacrifices should never, ever go unrecognized. I also want to assure the people of Sint Maarten that we remain committed to the work ahead. There is still much to be done, but there is also much that we can accomplish when we remain focused on the people we serve and continue to build this country and develop the people who will lead it in the future. Our ultimate goal is simple: a healthier Sint Maarten with a labor market that gives our people the opportunity to participate and prosper in a society that protects and supports those in need. That is the direction in which we will continue to work. And once again, on behalf of the Ministry of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Connor. For the last minister, the record you now have to beat is exactly 20 minutes.
Yeah, there you go. Don't chat.
We now go over to the final minister this evening in terms of making their ministry's presentation, and that is our Minister of Romy, Minister Patrice Gomes Jr. Minister Gomes, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, members of Parliament, colleague ministers, those in the tribune, listeners and viewers online, people of Sint Maarten, good evening. This budget is being presented at a time when Sint Maarten continues to demonstrate overall growth in the economy and even more significant growth in the built environment. For the Ministry of Romy, this growth translates to growing demand for housing, heightened expectations for modern infrastructure, environmental stewardship, and efficient public service delivery. While economic growth is a positive indicator of progress, it requires government to plan strategically and act decisively to ensure that growth is sustainable, inclusive, and beneficial to all residents and visitors alike. At the same time, the ministry continues to operate within significant financial and human resource constraints, which limits our ability to keep up with the increasing demands. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, it is within this context that we chose the theme around our proposed budget, delivering more with limited resources. This theme accurately reflects the reality of the Ministry of Romy. Over the years, the community of Sint Maarten has repeatedly expressed concerns regarding road conditions, flooding, housing shortages, environmental management, waste challenges, permit backlogs, domain land, and of course, enforcement. The ministry recognizes these concerns. However, it is equally important to recognize that many of these responsibilities must be carried out with a workforce that remains below formation and within a budget that must cover a wide variety of essential public services. The central question before us is not whether more needs to be done. The question is, how can we maximize results with the resources available? The 2026 budget is designed specifically around this principle. Despite these realities, the ministry remains committed to delivering tangible results for the people of Sint Maarten. Our focus is on making responsible investments, improving service delivery, strengthening policy implementation, modernizing our operations, and continuing to build a more resilient, sustainable, and well-planned country through the mandate entrusted to the Ministry of RUMI. The 2026 budget is therefore not simply a financial document. It is a roadmap for execution. It reflects our commitment to addressing critical national priorities, including affordable housing, improved infrastructure, environmental management, and spatial planning reform, and enhanced public services, while ensuring that public funds are utilized effectively and responsibly. Today, I will present our policy priorities, budget allocations, key accomplishments achieved thus far in 2026, the challenges we continue to face, and the measures being implemented to ensure that the resources entrusted to the ministry generate maximum value for our community and contribute meaningfully to the continued development of Sint Maarten. I will first revisit the ministry's vision and mission, followed by our policy priorities. Thereafter, I will discuss the ministry's organizational reality, an overview of the proposed budget, including major expenditures and capital projects, followed by key risks and mitigation plans, ending with a few of our accomplishments to date. Very quickly, our vision is to realize an optimal living, working, and recreational environment for all residents and visitors of Sint Maarten. Our mission remains to ensure that integral design and management of public space through policy, legislation, and effective execution. These are not merely statements. Our vision and mission guide every major decision we make. Whether we are discussing affordable housing, road rehabilitation, flood mitigation, environmental protection, digitization of services, each initiative ultimately contributes toward improving the quality of life for our people. That remains the ministry's primary goal. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, for 2026, the ministry has identified several strategic policy areas. First, starting on the topic of housing, housing remains one of the nation's most pressing priorities. We will continue implementation of the National Housing Strategy, strengthen cooperation with the Sint Maarten Housing Development Foundation, advance the Mortgage Guarantee Fund, and support implementation of the new building code. Earlier this year, the government purchased Belvedere Remainder, and over the first part of the year, worked with an intern on a plan for the resilient development of the property. This has been submitted, and the government is now in the phase of review and costing for future discussions on financing its development. Complementing this is the Mortgage Guarantee Fund, the re-establishment of which is progressing well as the work being done to realize the implementation of the new building code. On infrastructure, our priorities focus on improved road management, drainage systems, flood mitigation, sewage improvements, and better infrastructure planning. Regarding spatial planning, we continue to work on the very important land issuance policy, which regulates how public land can be issued going forward, the land pricing policy, the spatial economic strategy, and finally, the establishment of the national zoning framework for country Sint Maarten. These initiatives are essential for orderly development and greater investment certainty. Environmental sustainability. The ministry will continue advancing the highly anticipated integrated waste management reforms, modernizing the environmental legislation, environmental enforcement capacity, and cooperation with environmental stakeholders. Lastly, on the quality of service in the ministry as a whole, the ministry will continue digitizing initiatives, documentation of processes, improving transparency to our services, reducing the backlog, and strengthening administrative enforcement mechanisms. These initiatives collectively represent the modernization agenda of RUMI. With respect to the ministry's structure and personnel reality, I would like to emphasize the realities faced by the ministry. The approved formation consists of 145 positions. Currently, approximately 95 positions are filled, while roughly 50 remain vacant. We have budgeted an additional 15 vacancies to be filled during 2026. This means the ministry is currently operating at approximately 65% occupancy while managing critical national responsibilities. While budget is often viewed as key to executing the ministry's mandate, that mandate and what it entails, the execution of road projects, permit processing, etc., depends primarily on qualified capacity, that is, the people. As we seek to improve public service delivery, strengthening the ministry's human capacity, therefore, remains essential. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, the total proposed budget for VROMI in 2026 amounts to approximately 36.8 million guilders. Revenue is projected at approximately 17.6 million. The primary revenue streams include GB concession revenues, construction permit fees, leasehold, so long lease canon revenues, and inspection-related revenues. On the expenditure side, the largest allocations are directed towards operational services necessary for delivery of public infrastructure management, waste management, maintenance activities, and regulatory services. The modest increase in expenditure compared to prior years is primarily associated with personnel-related obligations, salary indexation, normal HR progression, and maintaining core service delivery. This budget does not represent expansion for expansion's sake. Rather, it reflects the cost of sustaining essential public services while gradually strengthening capacity. I also want to point out in the table, budget 2025 and 2026, you recognize what would seem like a significant reduction in revenue. What is important to actually look at is the actuals of budget 2025 versus what was budgeted. And actually what's budgeted for 2026 is more in line with the actuals of 2025 and 2024. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, I'd like to continue by providing key details regarding the infrastructure services expenditures. The large allocations are directed towards the following items, starting from the largest: solid waste collection, district cleaning, landfill operations, miscellaneous, which are a combination of all smaller operations, security services of ROMI sites and facilities like the wastewater treatment plant and the landfill, road repairs and maintenance, trench maintenance, wastewater treatment, and finally, street lighting. These services collectively account for the majority of the operational spending. To be precise, approximately 77% of the total goods and services of the ministry. The people of Sint Maarten rightfully inquire why road maintenance and broader infrastructure improvements continue to be a challenge despite the ministry's ongoing efforts. The reality is that the principal constraint is not the absence of plans, technical expertise, or willingness to execute. The primary challenge is the limited availability of dedicated, regular, predictable resources required to adequately maintain and upgrade national infrastructure. The amount currently budgeted for roads, road repairs, and maintenance, for example, allows the ministry to only address the most pressing needs and perform essential interventions. However, it is insufficient to comprehensively rehabilitate and sustain the entire road network at the standards our residents and visitors rightfully expect. Recognizing this structural funding challenge, the ministry has been preparing the groundwork for the establishment of the Road Fund. The objective of this fund is to create, finally, a dedicated and sustainable financing mechanism for road maintenance and rehabilitation funded through road tax revenues. A dedicated road fund will allow for long-term planning, more predictable investments, preventative maintenance, and ultimately better road conditions across the country. However, I must emphasize this is a matter that will be addressed through the future national budget in the year to come. Until such a mechanism is realized, the ministry will continue to prioritize available resources as effectively as possible, focusing on those interventions that deliver the greatest benefit to the public while maintaining critical infrastructure assets and remaining in budget. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, the proposed capital expenditure exceeds 80 million Caribbean guilders. Among the most significant requests are the GB power generation investments, Dutch Quarter Road Development Program, road paving initiatives, main road improvements, Prince Bernard upgrades, bridge upgrades, and finally, acquisition of operational equipment and vehicles. These are long-term investments these are long-term investments requests to address national resilience, economic growth, public safety, and service reliability. Each project contributes to strengthening national infrastructure and improving quality of life for the public. With respect to the allocation related to the potential purchase of a vessel, I wish to reiterate that the Ministry has no intention of pursuing this acquisition. This position was already communicated during last budget's debate. The reason the item remains visible in 2026 draft budget is that it already had rolled over into the budget preparations process prior to the decision being finalized. Its inclusion should therefore not be interpreted as a renewed policy intention or commitment to purchase a vessel, and the Ministry is in discussion with the Netherlands for the reallocation of this amount. With regards to risks and challenges, the Ministry remains realistic regarding the challenges that could impact delivery. The most significant risks, and share with several of my colleagues, first, human resources. Human resource constraints include competence management. Second, delays in policy and legislative reforms. Third, procurement and tendering processes. And fourth and finally, realizing the full benefits of digital transformation. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, recognizing these risks, the Ministry has established a risk management strategy based on 4 pillars. The first pillar, capacity strengthening through recruitment, technical support arrangements, and training. The second, phased implementation to ensure realistic and achievable execution schedules. The third, resilience building through stronger infrastructure planning, environmental adaptation measures, and strategic use of external funding. And of course, fourth and finally, institutional reform through digitization, improved internal controls, and enhanced procedures. Our objectives are not merely to identify the challenges, our objectives is to systematically address them. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, while much of today's brief presentation has focused on our plans, priorities, and challenges, it is equally important to reflect on what has already been achieved during 2026. Despite operating within significant capacity and resource constraints, the Ministry has continued to make meaningful progress across several key policy areas. In the area of housing, the Ministry successfully completed and presented the National Housing Policy, providing the country with a clear strategic framework to address housing affordability, social housing, and long-term residential development. At the same time, work continues toward operationalization of the Mortgage Guarantee Fund, an important initiative aimed at improving access to home ownership for the people of Sint Maarten. The Ministry also completed the purchase of the Belvedere property, creating additional opportunities to support future housing and development objectives. Recognizing the increasing impact of climate change on our island, significant progress has been made in strengthening our climate resilience agenda. During this year, the Ministry successfully hosted a national climate adaptation workshop with local and international stakeholders, launched Sint Maarten's Climate Impact Atlas, delivered the country's first localized climate scenarios for the period 2050 to 2100, and launched the National Climate Adaptation Framework. Together, these initiatives provide government, stakeholders, and future generations with the tools necessary to make informed decisions and strengthen our resilience against climate-related risk. Major steps have also been taken toward modernizing the country's waste management sector. A comprehensive and all-encompassing waste ordinance remains on track for submission to Parliament this year. The Ministry also operationalized the landfill weighbridge, an important measure that improves accountability, data collection, and overall landfill management. Most significantly, the Ministry submitted its policy framework to the Council of Ministers, identifying financial mechanisms to adequately fund the waste sector going forward, and will be further discussed with the World Bank next week. With respect to infrastructure, the Ministry has laid down the groundwork for the future implementation of a road fund, which is intended to provide a more sustainable financing mechanism for road maintenance and rehabilitation. This is being complemented with ongoing work to develop tools for road assessments and development of a national road quality standard. In addition, an amendment to the Landsverordening has been submitted and under review with the intention of generating additional income for infrastructure and environmental investments. Finally, the delivery of the new stormwater pumps marks an important milestone in our efforts to better manage rainfall events and mitigate floods within the Great Bay Basin. The Ministry has likewise continued to modernize its internal procedures and public services. An MOU was signed with the Cadastre to advance digitization, improve land administration, strengthen data sharing, and enhance customer service. Furthermore, implementation has commenced on a ministry-wide standard operating procedures framework designed to improve consistency, accountability, efficiency, and institutional resilience across all departments. I cannot begin to stress how important the development of these SOPs are in establishing mutually agreed upon guidelines to civil servants in the execution of their work, which in turn supports unified, more reliable service to the public of Sint Maarten. Finally, the Ministry has engaged in agreements towards the realization of several public-private partnerships. Considering our infrastructure state, these PPPs have, for those in finalization phase, focused largely on interventions to improve or repair infrastructure that is critical to the economy or address safety, stability, and erosion concerns. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, these accomplishments demonstrate that while challenges remain, the Ministry is steadily moving forward. They reflect our commitment to institutional reform, climate resilience, sustainable development, improved public service, and the long-term prosperity of Sint Maarten. We recognize that there is still much work ahead, but these achievements provide a strong foundation which we will continue to build in the years to come. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, the 2026 budget is fundamentally a budget of execution. It recognizes the realities of limited staffing and increasing public expectations, aging infrastructure, and environmental challenges. Next slide. Yeah. At the same time, it maintains a clear focus on housing, infrastructure development, environmental sustainability, spatial planning, and improved public services. The people of Sint Maarten expect value. This budget provides the Ministry with the resources necessary to continue delivering those values responsibly, transparently, and efficiently. Together, we continue building a more resilient, sustainable, and prosperous Sint Maarten. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions or clarifications from the floor.
Minister Patrice Gums Jr., thank you for your presentation. Thank all of the ministers for being here today and for making your presentations on the National Budget 2026. The last two speakers, they were actually tied in terms of time. Yeah. So we leave it at that and just again express our thanks to all of the ministers for your presentations. Members of Parliament, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated at the beginning of this meeting, following these presentations, so at this moment, this meeting will be adjourned, and we will continue tomorrow. We'll start with the first round of speakers of Parliament. We had a change to the time, so the time tomorrow in the first round per speaker is 1 hour, 60 minutes, thus 1 hour. And we will see and hope to get as far as we can. And I would want to ask the cooperation of the members of Parliament, just for the flow of the meeting, that we make as much use as possible. If there is the need for a clarification, that you use the interruption to ask that whatever the matter could be to be clarified there and then, so that we don't have a round in between the first and second round called clarification, and that we make that as short as possible. In fact, giving a clarification, a so-called clarification round, is not the exact usage of clarifications, a vraagpunt, as our rules of order call it, but we have used it in that way. So that's why I'm asking your cooperation, that because then we get into a whole lengthy discussion, is that a new question? Is it, so if you really need something to be clarified by what a minister says, then you just briefly ask that, and then we can continue with our meeting. But in any case, thank you so very much, members of parliament. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all of those tuned in to the meeting and those here with us and those in the background supporting the ministers. Thank all of you. And we will reconvene this meeting tomorrow, Friday at 10 a.m. As I said, ministers will be at least 2 ministers. I know the Minister of Finance is going to be here as much as possible during the questions by the members of parliament. And the full com will probably be here as much as you can. And then, yes, and we continue like that. Thank you all once again. And this meeting is adjourned until Friday morning, 10 o'clock. Safe drive home, everyone. And until tomorrow, God's willing. Meeting adjourned.